It all began far 300 years ago, when the will of heaven came to light. Countless secret kingdoms descended to the earth, and with them dungeons opened. Following them came many powerful monsters that almost exterminated humanity. And then it seemed that the era of people was over. However, there was hope for a brighter future when the awakened ones were born. These were people who possessed enormous strength, capable of not only repelling monsters, but also saving an almost destroyed world. To resist the monsters, the search for resources and passages to secret kingdoms continued. Each state devoted all its efforts to preparing the awakened, which anyone over 18 years of age could become. In total, there were 3 classes of awakening: combat, support, and life support, and in order to find out which class the awakened person was endowed with, he had to go to the magic crystal. The combat class was considered the most useful, everyone's cherished dream. But the life support class, unable to fight, was considered the weakest, which is why most despised it. Awakening levels also varied and were divided into 4 types: common, rare, hidden, and divine, with the latter being the rarest. There were rumors that when a divine talent appeared, the vision of heaven and earth would descend, and its bearer would become as powerful as a god. It was the divine level that our young protagonist possessed, but everything turned out to be not as rosy as it seemed at first glance. He was the top student in the school, so everyone expected him to get the martial grade, and it was the god level that surprised everyone, especially the headmaster. Nevertheless, the director's joyful, surprised face changed to bewilderment when he learned that the young man did not receive a combat class. This turned out to be, in the opinion of many, a useless life support class, and from now on, the young man became a master of divine-level astral cultivation, capable of accelerating the growth of plants and small creatures. The director noted that in such a case, the divine level could be considered useless, but despite this, the previously promised study abroad would not be cancelled. After this, the young man became the cause of ridicule from many, because, being several heads ahead of the other students, he turned out to be the owner of a weak class, which became a reason for ridicule. Despite all this, the young man did not see this as a problem and, moreover, ignored their ridicule and attempts to offend him. To him, they looked vile and hypocritical, because before awakening they called him their brother. Besides, there was nothing wrong with the life support class if the wielder was smart enough to use it correctly. The young man who awakened this class was called Jang Chen. After his death, he was reborn in the awakened world, full of dungeons and monsters. From then on, strength became paramount, and since Chen was reborn as an orphan, he had to train, study, and survive hard to gain a foothold in the new world. Until he was 18, he believed that he could only rely on himself. But a month ago, a system suddenly appeared in front of him. Then he still poorly understood what kind of system this was and what significance it had for him. But from it he learned that the insects that had once exterminated humanity were incredibly powerful creatures. Chen had heard that during the last disaster, 9 of the 12 human kings sacrificed themselves to seal these insects. However, their power contained real power, and therefore Chen believed that if this power was useful to him, even the power of insects, then he would not worry about the details. Having activated the system, he found himself in an unknown place. Dark, gloomy, with a floor covered in water. This place was called the Sea of Knowledge that every awakened possessed, and it was a little different for everyone. It was there, in the Sea of Knowledge, that one could see the form of one's talent. And for Chen, it turned out to be a huge tree. The essence of his talent was the development of all living things, and this required sacrifices, through which he could accumulate the growth progress of special fruits and then use them. Chen then decided to summon the Insect Queen, and her appearance could not be described in words. The original appearance of the queen was frightening. A huge spider, as if sculpted from steel armor, a mistress of death from the abyss called 9 Wings of Fel. Her appearance terrified Chen, but she suddenly spoke, calling him her master and introducing herself as Little Nine. Soon, a message from the system appeared that the current growth rate had been increased by 10%, and by sacrificing someone, he would be able to strengthen his target. But the sacrifice was not required for the first improvement. Chen decided not to hesitate, since the first improvement did not require a sacrifice, and immediately activated it. The huge spider changed its appearance to a young girl who did not at all resemble the mistress of death. She joyfully rushed to hug Chen, and he didn't even have time to understand what had happened. The little one had several skills: poison veil, rage, caring, and unification, and could also increase growth and reproduce after absorbing enough experience. Thanks to Chen's talent, Little One could accelerate her own absorption and growth, which in turn accelerated the development of the young man himself, plus increased the level of his abilities by 20%. At first glance, the life support class seemed to be the weakest, but if you look at it, it was in no way inferior to the combat class, because by absorbing monsters, Chen could soon gather an entire army of insects. However, if someone finds out that Chen has such skills, he may have problems, because in the past it was insects that caused great trouble to the awakened ones. Suddenly, a strange movement began, and Baby reported that she felt someone's hostile aura. Someone wasn't just using pressure on him, but could very well pose a threat. When Chen returned to the world, he saw a tall and seemingly powerful man in front of him. The man told him that the whole city had just witnessed this vision and asked if he had awakened it. The city became quite noisy. It seemed that all the residents had gathered in one place to watch this meeting. Chen was at a loss because the man first activated suppression against him, and then fell silent. Baby, meanwhile, also did not stand aside and said that she would not mind fighting this man. After that, she activated suppression, sensing a threat, and seemed ready to attack. The surroundings became increasingly noisy, and an inexplicable tension hung in the air. Chen realized that this was the man's goal. He wanted to test his strength, but accidentally angered Little One, who considered him a threat. Fortunately, Chen was able to temporarily suppress Little One, and the man praised him, noting that he was able to pass the test and even fight back. The man introduced himself as the commander of the night guards named Ji Gang and invited Chen to join them, although he did not yet know that the young man had awakened not a combat class at all. Night Guardians is an organization specializing in confronting monsters, destroying them during invasions, and exploring new secret kingdoms and dungeons. The mortality rate in their units is extremely high because they fight on the front lines. But the Little One needs to absorb the flesh and blood of monsters to accumulate the level of absorption and reproduction. Once the level of absorption reaches the limit, she will begin to multiply, and who knows how much noise this will cause, so the wasteland is the ideal place for this. Chen did not hesitate and immediately agreed to join the squad, promising to help revive the former glory of the Night Guardians. Gan was surprised because he thought that he would have to persuade the young man to join them for a long time. Chen assured Gan that he was honored to be part of their squad, but he had urgent matters to attend to right now. Before leaving, he only said that he would appear at the detachment headquarters in 3 days at the appointed time, but for now he had to take his leave. At the same time, the 8th elder from the Martial Arts Institute approached Gan, and he decided that the elder also wanted to invite the young man to his place. Nevertheless, the elder asked Gan if he was really going to take a young man with a life support class into the squad, because this would be suicide. Gan was shocked to learn that the young man did not actually have a divine combat class, but only life support. Although even so, he managed to create a vision in the center of the city. Uncle Wang Yi was delighted that Chen managed to do such a thing right in the center of the city, but to avoid problems, he decided to keep it a secret. He also noted that he had heard about an astral plant cultivation corporation that was looking for young talents like Chen, and if his parents were alive, they would be proud of him. Moreover, Uncle Wang revealed that they were going to go to the entry-level secret realm with Ye Kan and Liu Ying to get equipment, and if Chen wanted, he was just in time. Chen, of course, could not refuse such an opportunity, so together with the others, he went to the secret kingdom of the C rank called Temple of the Undead. As the name suggested, undead lived inside the kingdom, and the probability of receiving equipment was 100%, although experience was calculated after completing the campaign, and everything lost was lost. Van was slightly surprised to see the undead, and even more so that the secret realm system had given them a dungeon of such a high level of difficulty. Ying assumed that it was because of Chen's divine level, and that was why the system chose a more difficult realm for them. Wang noted that even so, such a test should not break their spirit, but, on the contrary, strengthen them. After these words, he gained determination and rushed to attack the monsters, but quickly realized that killing them was not easy. Realizing this, Wang asked Ying to enhance his talent as soon as possible, after which the girl used one of her skills. After strengthening, Van easily dealt with the undead, cutting the monster into pieces. Looking at Wang, Ying, and Kan's determination to fight the monsters, Chen couldn't afford to stay on the sidelines. Since Van had already killed a lot of monsters, their remains became excellent food for the little one. Chen used the skill Poison Veil Corrosion, and as soon as the poison touched the corpses of monsters, they were immediately corroded, despite the fact that the skill was only the first level. At that moment, Baby felt something strange, reminiscent of what they had encountered before in the kingdom. It didn't look like an ordinary undead, more like a mini-boss or even a full-fledged boss. It turned out to be a 10th level creature called Lurking in the Shadows, specializing in hunting weaklings who straggled. However, Chen did not consider himself a weakling and was confident that he could easily cope with the monster who imagined himself superior to him. After which he quickly ran between the monsters and left a small trace of poison on them in the places he touched. The monsters did not understand whether this was some kind of joke, but after that Chen clenched the poison with which he had previously marked the monsters into his fist. Following this, the bodies of the monsters were torn into pieces, and Chen realized that such creatures did not pose much of a threat to him, due to which the level of absorption began to grow much faster. However, there were too many monsters in this realm, and Chen began to worry if the others were okay. Therefore, he decided to leave one part of the undead to Malyutka, while he himself went to his comrades at that time. For Baby, this was only a joy, because by killing and absorbing monsters, she became stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, the rest had a hard time, despite their confidence in the battle. Over time, the monsters surrounded them. Wang told Ying to find Chen and leave as soon as possible while he distracted the monsters. At that moment, one of the monsters attacked Van, and then it seemed to everyone that their end would come here. However, in the blink of an eye, the monster was already defeated right in front of Wang. Wang was surprised to see Chen and asked him how he managed to do this since he had awakened the life support class. Chen replied that he had the hidden talent Poison Veil and ordered Wang, along with Ying and Kan, to leave from here. Wang objected that it was too dangerous and they couldn't just abandon him, and Ying was of the same opinion. However, Chen assured them that he was able to cope with the crowd of undead. Besides, the number of people by the end of the Secret Kingdom had already reached the criteria for summoning the boss. Meanwhile, Ying said that maybe they should really trust Chen. For sure he can defeat everyone. Wang did not want to leave Chen alone, but he also could not help him, and the only thing he managed to do was give him his sword. Although the sword was not outstanding, Chen strengthened it and was able to cut down the undead one by one. However, while he was fighting the crowd of monsters, he felt as if someone was trying to attack him from above. Fortunately, at the last moment he managed to evade the monster's attack and survive. After this, the monster began to chase him, not giving him a second to rest, putting Chen in a difficult position. The situation worsened further when the monster broke Chen's sword, and his only concern was how he would explain to his uncle that he had broken his weapon. The monster turned out to be much stronger than Chen expected. Perhaps he was even the boss of the dungeon. The creature was level 15 and called itself the Monarch of the Undead. In addition, it was quite dexterous, so Chen decided to use the help of Little One. After that, Baby released a ton of powerful energy. It seemed that now there would be no trace left of the monster. Then she attacked him, delivering blow after blow without giving him a chance to counterattack. As a result, Little One defeated the undead monarch, and all that was left of him was his head. In place of the corpse, a strange magical crystal appeared, around which strange energy swirled. Then a monster appeared in place of the crystal, much larger and more furious than before. It was the Despot of the Undead of the 20th level. The monster tried to attack them again, but Chen realized the source of its power in time and ordered Little One to destroy the energy crystal inside the monster. After this, Baby rushed to the attack, trying to break through the monster's defense. Chen would hardly be able to defeat such a brute alone, but for Little One, it was a matter of time to defeat him. However, the young man also wanted to help somehow, and could not think of anything other than using the plants nearby. Thanks to Chen's special sense, he was able to find out that countless plants were hidden underground in the Secret Kingdom. Therefore, as soon as the monster approached him, he decided to activate his astral cultivation master skill. With a skill like cultivating all things, he wanted to slow down the monster at least for a while. After using the skill, rays similar to plant roots burst out from under the ground, and all attacked the enemy at once. While the monster's vigilance and mobility were hampered, at that moment the Little One dealt the final blow to him and ended his life. Thanks to their coordinated work, they managed to destroy the monster and clear the Secret Kingdom. To prevent the monster from being reborn into an even stronger version, Chen immediately destroyed its magic crystal, which served as its core. After this, the calculation of the Secret Kingdom took place, and rewards were generated. First of all, Chen decided to take the Edmu Quick Dagger, which he planned to use as compensation to Uncle Wang. There was a lot of equipment, but it seemed to him that there was none suitable for Chen, so he decided to try out the hammer. The hammer was heavy and was called the King's Call. Its strength was monstrous, but it significantly reduced dexterity. After the system began awarding points for the secret realm, Chen, using his unification skill, which increased all current attributes by 20%, raised the level to 6, and along with this his physical indicators increased. Little One also wanted to get one of the rewards, or rather, to absorb it, but Chen noted that he did not, since he plans to give the rewards to Wang, as well as Ying and Kan. She was a little disappointed, but nevertheless the desire to absorb something did not disappear. Therefore, Little One asked Chen if she could absorb the remains of the boss's corpse. Since the absorption was quite valuable, such an opportunity could not be missed, so Chen did not mind. But he did not understand how the Little One could absorb such a large corpse. But his doubts instantly dissipated as soon as Baby changed its appearance to its main one. As soon as she began the absorption, the surrounding area became too noisy. If this was happening in the city, then a crowd of people would have already gathered around. The amount of absorption increased, but the noise did not subside, and at that moment Chen heard footsteps. It was Wang and the others who also heard the roar. Unfortunately, Little One was not able to complete the absorption because, upon hearing footsteps, Chen immediately ordered her to hide. Everyone was surprised that Chen single-handedly killed everyone. Wang noted that he would accept a new sword as compensation for the broken one, and Khan asked him how he managed to defeat everyone. But Chen only replied that it seemed that his poison also affected monsters. Meanwhile, since the secret realm does not resume after passing through, he needs to look for a new boss. Wang noted that in some ways, it was a pity that such power was devoted to research, since even before the first level he already possessed monstrous power, and asked Chen what he planned to do next. Chen replied that he was going to join the Night Guardians, although he had not said this before, and this shocked Wang. He also said that he already had a meeting with their commander in 3 days, and by then he would like to increase his level, so he would soon go to the wasteland. The others did not really approve of his actions, but Chen assured them that everything would be fine, because he was well aware of the situation. Sometime later, Chen went into the wasteland, arriving at the outer city station. The city really looked like a wasteland, and there were many children of different classes in it. At the same time, Wang gave Chen a map to make it easier for him to navigate the wasteland, as well as some equipment and an extremely valuable storage ring. According to the uncle, the wasteland is affected by heavenly power, so all electronic devices are subject to interference, just like in the apocalypse. And since the monsters are constantly moving, the map cannot be considered up-to-date either. However, it can be used as a guide. For example, firebirds and thunder rhinoceroses are the most common, so they are easy to spot. Rumor has it that a question mark indicates a place that should be avoided. It is very dangerous and the risks are extremely high. According to Uncle Wang, goblins are the most suitable for a young man, their level is not too high, and their number is large enough to raise several levels. Therefore, Chen decided to go to the goblin lair and looked forward to meeting the monsters. However, he was interrupted by a strange guy named Zheng Tai, who, at first glance, did not look friendly. He asked Chen if he had met a blonde girl. Chen replied that he had not, and advised him to be more restrained in the future and not to behave so arrogantly with others. Chen left a little poison on him, which surprised Tai, because the young man was not even level 10, but had already caused damage to a fighter of level 27. This infuriated the guy. He was furious and asked Chen how he dared go against his Shiao family. After this, a small fight broke out between them, but Chen was in no hurry to attack Tai. He was much more interested in knowing who this Shiao family was, but judging by Tai's manners, they were clearly not the type who wished peace for everyone. Looking at the guy's stubbornness, Chen realized that there was no point in holding back, and decided to answer him with force. However, their fight was interrupted by another stranger, who apparently was the young master. Without thinking twice, he hit Tai and said that he would be better off putting this effort into finding the girl, and also ordered him not to use his family's name in the future. Chen was surprised by what was happening and that he did not notice the presence of this guy next to Tai. The guy apologized for his subordinate's behavior and asked Chen if they could join him to go into the wasteland together. But without hesitation, Chen replied that no, because he prefers loneliness. Chen interested him even more, because it is not often that you see a god-level life support class, so he also decided to go to the wasteland. Once upon a time, people completely inhabited the planet and built entire cities, but with the advent of the awakened era, monsters, secret kingdoms, and dungeons invaded people's homes. Now the awakened seek to get to these places in search of power and wealth, and it is customary to call them wasteland. While Chen was wandering around, he got lost, despite the fact that he had a map. And besides, there was not a single living creature nearby, and this worried him. Suddenly it began to rain, and it was not like ordinary rain. It was rain with magical energy. At this moment, Chen realized that, apparently, he had managed to find someone's nest, but not goblins. And although he was looking for something completely different, what he came across would also help him fill his absorption gauge. The monster immediately began to attack him, but the young man was in no hurry to call baby, because despite the size of the monster, its level was not high. Therefore, Chen could deal with such a monster, albeit a large one, alone. It only took a little time. However, since this was a nest of monsters, there was more than one monster here. Chen noted that it looks like Malyutka is in for a real full-fledged dinner. After that, he rushed at the crowd of monsters and, like a beam of energy, pierced them all. As a result, he managed to kill the crowd of monsters and give them to Baby to be absorbed. Meanwhile, Little One smelled an unknown scent, and Chen guessed that she must have found the boss, so he used the search skill. However, this was not a boss or even a monster at all. It was a girl with blonde hair, most likely the same one those two guys were looking for. When she woke up, the girl did not understand where she was or what had happened to her. Chen was next to her at that time, and although he did not look hostile, the girl was scared. She stated that he had just attacked her, and Chen apologized, saying that he had confused her with a monster. He was also surprised that she managed to survive the blow that he seemed to put all his strength into. Meanwhile, the girl noted that she had lost quite a lot of time, and in this case, she could be caught. She seemed quite nervous, so Chen asked if she was okay and who she was trying to hide from. But the girl only replied that she was going to move on, although there were a lot of monsters there, and she was not strong in fights. She was, of course, a bad actress, and Chen understood her intentions, but it also made him wary. The monsters, of course, posed a threat. But the awakened ones were much more dangerous, because the wasteland is a place where lawlessness reigns, and the people here are accustomed to robbing and killing. He was thinking about whether it would be better to grab the girl and question him. But then Baby interrupted him, saying that another crowd of monsters was approaching them. When Chen himself saw the approaching crowd, he was extremely surprised, because there were much more monsters than he had expected. At this moment, Chen was glad that there were no other awakened people nearby, because the prey itself came into his hands. Since he could no longer cope with such a crowd alone, he ordered the little one to take the form of a poisonous fog. After that, Chen rushed straight at the monsters, leaving all fear and doubts behind. He was easily able to penetrate the protected body of one of the monsters, causing him serious damage. Even though the monsters seemed faster to him than the previous ones, he still managed to deal with a couple of them. However, this bothered him, because it seemed that the monsters were not trying to kill him, but just wanted to wear him down. After a while, Chen realized that they were all controlled by a boss. 1,000 monsters obey one mind and fight according to tactics. To get rid of the others, Chen had to first defeat the boss himself, and at that moment, Little One noted that the monsters seemed to be talking to her. She said that they were challenging them, and in response to their insolence, she let out a powerful scream. After this, the monsters became confused, and Chen noted that Little One made an excellent move. They only had to clear out the remaining ones. Since the monsters were no longer under the boss's control, they became much easier to defeat, and they no longer posed much of a threat. Therefore, after breaking through the crowd, Chen finally reached his main goal, the boss. Despite the size of the monster, Chen did not feel fear and was able to defeat it without difficulty. After defeating the monster, his next step was to create his own swarm of insects. As his level increased, his strength also increased, and now the insects were no longer a threat to Chen. However, right now he was focused on consuming the boss's corpse and finally creating his swarm. Elite-level monsters were different from the rest. They brought in much more absorption points, and if Chen wanted to speed up their reproduction, he had to hunt these ones. After a while, the absorption scale finally filled up, and Little One informed Chen that she could start reproducing. After this, the process of breeding the first generation of a swarm of insects was launched, and accelerated growth was activated, along with which the growth of all living beings accelerated. Next, Chen received the special skills Insect Nest and Overlord. As soon as breeding was completed, a swarm appeared around Malyutka. This was the first breeding of offspring, and its number was 2,300 individuals. Chen was impressed by their number, because the first breeding alone brought more than 2,000 insects, and he was looking forward to seeing how many there would be in the third and fourth generations. The skills of the insects were also different from the skills of the baby, and besides, there were a lot of them. Chen thought that Little One would also change after this, but it seems that she has remained the same. Meanwhile, she said that after this she needed rest, and immediately returned to her nest. The nest was the space that housed the entire swarm, and now Chen could hide the insects and not worry about being discovered. Meanwhile, Chen wanted to test out his new special skill, Overlord. With this skill, he could control the swarm, and Chen never thought that it would be so easy. Moreover, from now on, he and the swarm had a common perception, and he understood how insects sense the world, and also noticed that monsters were swarming everywhere. Chen saw that the insects were also inspired and were looking forward to the next battle. He decided that in this case it was worth immediately trying out a new power. After this, Chen and the swarm set off to exterminate the remaining monsters. Now Chen no longer looked like a young man who could be easily broken, because he had powerful support behind him. He noted that he almost doesn't have to take any action with the swarm. The poisonous fog absorbs everything in its path, and with the Overlord's skill, not a single ordinary monster can hide from the swarm. At this rate, he will soon produce new offspring, so Chen decided to find out how many points it would take to reach the next level. What he saw amazed him, because he did not expect to encounter something like this. After some time, Chen was able to find the other awakened ones and approached them to buy some food. At first glance, they seemed kind, but in their hearts they were already thinking over a plan to rob the young man. One of the guys said that the food would be very expensive for Chen, and he replied that he understood, but he had something valuable for them. However, the guys were not going to trade with him, but immediately decided to use brute force. As a product, Chen offered them wolf spiders, wild creatures that are usually avoided, and added that he knew about their intentions. As a result, the guys got scared and decided to run away so as not to run into problems. Chen still found food and for the first time in a long time was able to regain his strength, because due to the effect of the little one and his talent, the feeling of hunger was becoming stronger. Initially, the young man thought that the swarm would bring him double the points, but in the end, the absorption scale only increased several times, so in order to speed up the process, he needed to join the Night Guardians as soon as possible. Suddenly, Chen saw that same blue-haired guy and was surprised, because this time he did not come alone or even together. Meanwhile, a blonde girl was running next to him, using her stealth skill to move around unnoticed, but accidentally collided with Chen. She looked scared and asked the young man to help her, hide her from those guys and not reveal her presence. Chen was more interested in how she managed to get close to him without him even noticing her. At that moment, those same guys arrived, and from their appearance, it was clear that they were not going to just talk. They asked Chen if he was really alone here and if he had seen a girl somewhere. One of the guys noticed that for a life support class, Chen had risen to level 17 too quickly since their last meeting. Suddenly, he pointed a sword at Chen and asked if he had seen the girl. Chen replied that he seemed to have seen her and perhaps she was running somewhere in that direction. The guy said that he would believe him, but if it turns out to be a lie, the Zhao family, which protects the state, will not forgive this. In this world, there really were clans that protected the state, with a centuries-old history, which occupied high positions and appeared among people only at critical moments. Some families had incredible abilities, and Chen felt a strong aura in that guy. Meeting him was hardly luck. When the others left, the girl immediately rejoiced and declared that she had finally been saved. However, Chen sharply grabbed her hand and demanded an explanation as to why those guys were looking for her. Because last time she had already deceived him, but he still helped. The girl said that her family owns a freight station, and that man wanted to rob and kill them, but did not expect that she would be able to escape, so now he wants to get rid of her as a witness. However, Chen was in no hurry to take her word for it. Although the girl assured that she would pay well for her help, suddenly a pressing sensation appeared, and the girl said that things were bad. Those guys had installed a magical barrier. The guys turned out to be no fools and realized that Chen had deceived them, so they decided to wait for the right moment to catch both of them at once. The girl asked why he needed all this because he had already robbed her Lo family, and now he also wants to kill them. She stated that if he kills her, her family will still get to the truth. Her words only made those guys laugh. Their leader said that her family thought too much of themselves, having earned some pennies, and added that she was alive only because their ancestors had once saved her ancestors. He called them ordinary cattle, and then Chen finally understood what the Shiao family was like. The guy said that they still wouldn't be able to get to the bottom of the truth, and was going to kill her right on the spot. He used the Shiao family dragon prison technique, which is impossible to escape from, as the girl said. However, they were only going to kill the girl, and they wanted to leave Chen alive since they found interest in him and offered to join them. But Chen had a different opinion and said that it seemed that the aristocrats were too fond of setting conditions, after which he rudely sent them away. Instead of joining them, Chen said that he was ready to fight them all at once. After this, a fight began, and although the crowd rushed at Chen, he, using the growth acceleration talent, was able to stop them. Not only did they fail to hit him, Moreover, they couldn't even get to him. However, the guys were not stupid, so they immediately began cutting down the plants, during which they managed to get out. However, Chen possessed not only the acceleration of growth after all, the young man was the lord of insects. So, immediately after this, he summoned a swarm and ordered them to attack the enemies. Initially, the guys thought that he was a weakling with a life support class, but when they entered into battle with him, they decided that they were fighting with a combat class. The blue-haired guy did not tolerate such contempt, and using his talent, the first form of the 9 forms of Kunin, attacked Chen. His technique was faster than Chen's poisonous mist, and he also used the Shiao family's special skill, Chasing Dragon. The guy thought that he had finally managed to reach Chen, but the girl used her special skill, Eternal Shield of the Earth, and repelled his attack. Chen realized that this was an excellent chance for a counterattack, so he did not waste time and immediately ordered the insects to attack the enemy. However, he also had his own shield, albeit a peculiar one. He used his subordinate as a living defense. He didn't care who died during this battle, because he believed that it was an honor to die for a member of the Shiao family. However, the guy became furious after learning how strong Chen really was, and declared that today he would undoubtedly die from his sword. After that, he attacked again using the skill Execute Tamed Dragon. The girl immediately activated her shield skill and once again protected Chen from the enemy's attack, although each time the shield became weaker. Chen realized that every blow could be considered fatal. The enemy's sword strike was quite impressive, and he did not expect that the explosion from the blow would be so powerful. After this, the guy became enraged and struck quickly, using the Execution of the Tamed Dragon skill, continuous attacks one after another. From that moment on, Chen realized that there was no longer any need to hold back, but instead to show what he was truly capable of. Using a swarm of insects, he attacked the enemy, causing him significant damage. The guy tried to use the same Execution of a Tamed Dragon skill, but it was all in vain. Chen immediately used the regeneration skill on insects. However, the guy had an ace up his sleeve. He used his last chance to win, the Jade of Life potion. Chen didn't understand what kind of potion it was, and didn't know how powerful it was, so he immediately used the power of the Overlord using the absorption skill. However, the guy's shield held on, and there was no way to penetrate or absorb it. Jade of Life is a Shiao family treasure that has been passed down from generation to generation, and once activated, it blocks any attacks, so it can be considered immortal. He again invited Chen to join him, but he replied that it seemed that because he was used to only despising everyone around him, he was not even able to realize the deplorability of the situation. The guy thought that Chen was bluffing, because he considered his family and its treasure to be powerful. Chen recalled that earlier the guy said that you won't get to the truth if you don't have something to dig for. And in that case, what will happen if there's not even a corpse left of him? After this, Chen summoned Little One, who by that time had already recovered her strength after a long sleep. Hatred, thirst for blood and flesh overwhelmed Baby, so she immediately attacked the enemy. Little One's blows were different from Chen's or others' blows. On the contrary, they were capable of breaking through his shield. And as a result, as the young man said, there was nothing left of that guy. Chen understood that his meeting with the Shiao family would not end there, and he would meet them again in the future. However, now he was more worried about what to do with the girl. The girl was scared, so she immediately offered him all her treasures, which could be worth tens of millions. Chen noted that this was quite sincere, but unfortunately, she saw too much, and on top of that, she also deceived him. The girl wanted to prove that she would no longer lie to Chen, so she said her name, Luo Sandao, and swore that she would not deceive him in the future. Chen was surprised when he heard her name, and Sandao replied that she was also surprised and did not know what her parents were thinking. She showed her ID as proof. The photo was taken 2 years ago, and since then the girl has changed a little. However, Chen noted that even so, she could not guarantee him that she would not reveal his secret. However, Sandao replied that the young man should not worry about it, and took out a scroll from the storage ring. It was not a simple scroll, but a scroll of silence. If the party fulfilling the obligations reveals the secret, he will die instantly, and Sandao swore with her life to keep Chen's secret. Such a scroll was valued at approximately 20 million, and this angered Chen. Had she really just wasted the only valuable thing that was in her ring? But the girl asked not to be angry with her and assured that if he took her home, her parents would generously thank him. That's how Chen ended up in the luxurious house of the Luo family. Initially, he wanted to go home in time for the gathering of the Night Guardians, but Sandao noted that they were further from her house, and her house had a teleportation station that he could use. Meanwhile, Luo's house was also uneasy. Upon Sandao's return home, all the family's merchants were severely punished for trying to anger the Xiao family. However, the punishment was commuted because Sandao returned home safe and sound, all thanks to Chen. Sandao's parents offered him breakfast, and as Cheng's swarm grew stronger, he had to eat more and more. They also noted that although he has a life support class, he is at the divine level and was even able to save a person from the Xiao family, which says a lot. This gave Sandao's parents some thoughts. After all, if the young man is able to help them in the fight against the Xiao family and is able to save their daughter, he is an ideal candidate for the role of groom. Therefore, they did not hesitate and asked Cheng if he had anyone, because Sandao was also single. Besides, she had a hidden profession, knew how to run a business, and in theory could become a good wife for him. However, Chen was not ready for such drastic changes, so he got scared and, in parting, said that he needed to hurry. However, her parents did not back down. Her mother noted that they could track him using the black card that her father had previously given him, but Sandao was not happy about such a conversation. Sandao did not deny that Chen was strong and handsome, but there was something about him that very frightened and repulsed her. Meanwhile, there was also a loud noise in the Xiao family's house. The head of the Yuan Shan family learned that the treasure of one of the family members named Yuan Wu, the same one who attacked Cheng, had been destroyed. And Yuan Wu's brother named Xiao Beehan noted that his brother had only reached the 30th level of the Second Awakening at the age of 20, so his loss was not worth the anger. Yuan Shan understood that Yuan Wu was weak, but nevertheless he was his grandson. But Beehan stated that as soon as he finished training in the Tianjiao camp, he would find out who dared to go against their family and put an end to him. Meanwhile, Chen had just arrived in time for the gathering of the Night Guardians. One of the squad members was Yun Xiaoke, who was at level 45 of the Second Awakening and was a healer. When she saw Cheng, she was pleasantly surprised because finally someone nice appeared in their squad. In addition to her, the squad also included Duan Feng, who was at level 49 of the Second Awakening and was a shooter. Unlike the others, he was rather silent and even boring. Another member of the squad was Chu Bulan, level 49, Second Awakening, warrior, and despite his small stature, he was very stocky and extremely talkative. Their squad was also supplemented by Tang Jin, a level 61 fire magic master of the Third Awakening, who was also the deputy commander. Chen thanked the guys for the warm welcome and nice words, but noted that he was only in a life support class. He was surprised that the guys treated him so kindly because, as a rule, no one feels sympathy for those awakened with the life support class. Meanwhile, Commander Gan noted that they would like to send the young man to the Tianjiao training camp for better training, but only those who have reached at least level 20 are accepted there. Chen noted that he had already reached level 17, and Gan was surprised that the young man managed to achieve such results in just 3 days. Gan was in a joyful mood, so he said that he would go now and enroll the young man in the camp, because in 3 days he was quite capable of raising 3 more levels. However, after that, the rest of the squad members looked at Cheng very strangely. Meanwhile, Gan asked Cheng if he had been able to contact anyone in the past 2 days, because they had just sensed an unknown Third Awakening master tracking his location. You can track your location using divine consciousness. But even so, Chen didn't understand who could be following him. Could it be the Xiu family? To prevent anyone from eavesdropping on them in the future, Xiaoqi created a silent barrier that could protect against wiretapping. Gan asked Cheng to admit what really happened and not hide any details. Chen said that yesterday he killed one of the Xiao family members, Yuan Wu, and when the others heard this, they were shocked. Gan noted that, undoubtedly, everyone knows how much evil the Xiao family, especially its younger members, have done in recent years, so it can be considered that Chen did a good deed. He also added that although the head of the family is a scary person, among his grandchildren, Yuan Wu was the most worthless and unloved, so most likely Yuan Shan would not take on this matter personally. Chen was glad when he realized that someone cared about him because, being an orphan, even though his neighbors helped him as a child, now for the first time he feels at home. Meanwhile, Gan was even more surprised when he realized that Chen did not just kill the awakened one, but the one who went through the Second Awakening rose to level 30 and awakened the fighting class. However, Chen noted that everything was a little different. He was helped by Sandao from the Luo family, who had a hidden defense class. Gan was even more surprised. In just 3 days, Chen not only killed one of the Xiao family, but also managed to meet the daughter of the Luo family, the richest trading family in Jiangnan. But since the defense class cannot attack, the question of how he defeated Yuan Yu remained relevant. At this point, Chen admitted that he actually had 2 talents. One of them was the hidden talent poison class. Gan's surprise knew no bounds, but he was not even afraid to touch Chung's poison. He shook his hand, saying that he was not a weakling either, and such poison could hardly harm him. However, Ganu's defense did not help, and the poison was still able to spread through his hand. Fortunately, Xiaoqi quickly healed him and completely removed the poison from his arm. Gan noted that although Chen is a capable guy, after what happened to the Xiao family, he will have to forget about the Tianjiao camp. Of course, good resources can be obtained there, but the danger has increased too much. By good resources, Gan meant the essence of the blood of monsters, various types of equipment, as well as magical fruits, scrolls, and other rewards available to the strongest. These resources were significantly better than those that could be obtained from regular hunting, so Chen declared that he was not afraid of danger and must take part. Meanwhile, on the west side of the family lake, Xiao Beehan was conducting training. Unlike Yuan Wu, Beehan was the pride of the Xiao family and was considered a capable guy. He also collected information about what happened to his brother and learned about the conflict with Sandao, as well as Cheng's involvement. When he learned that Chen was a divine-level life support class awakened, his interest in him intensified. At this time, Gan agreed to enroll Cheng in the camp and found him a strong ally. The princess of the Mu family, Mu Hankyu, with whom they were to go to the secret kingdom. At the same time, Gan hinted to Chen that Hankyu was not only incredibly beautiful, but also his age, so it was worth using his charm. At that moment, Hankyu and Uncle Li came to them, and she asked why Gan suddenly changed his mind, because just yesterday he had refused her permission to go to the secret kingdom. Gan replied that yesterday he was angry with her grandfather, but now he had an additional condition. Chen would also go with them. Hankyu was not happy, because she was providing a level 30 secret realm scroll for free, but they still set conditions for him. She didn't want to refuse, but when she learned that Cheng's level was just above level 10 and he was from the life support class, she called him a brat. This infuriated Gan, because Chen is not as simple as he seems, and Uncle Li explained that Hankyu had recently broken up with her girlfriend, which is why she became harsh. Hankyu felt awkward. She asked Li to shut up and agreed to Gan's terms. After this, the Night Guard squad, together with Hankyu, went to the secret realm of level 30 called Charming Village. Feng decided to lead the operation, warning that in case of danger and there is no team, they must immediately return to the teleportation stone. Hankyu's character remained the same. She still arrogantly called Cheng a brat. At first glance, the village seemed harmless, but Feng guessed that about 80% of the monsters could be hiding in the houses. When the team entered the city, they decided to split up. Bulan went alone, and Xiaoke, Chen, and Feng went together. After wandering around the city a little, they found a stone tombstone with the inscription Guangming Village, and Feng noted that it was there for a reason. Xiaoke used magic to cleanse the bodies of her allies, clearing their minds, improving their agility, and restoring their energy. Suddenly, the sunny weather gave way to a terrifying red landscape, and a black whirlwind appeared over the village. The village was covered by a dome as it mutated and was now called the Undead Village. To get out, you had to destroy all the undead and defeat the boss. Chen got lost and wanted to return to the others to leave the kingdom, but he came across a room with many coffins. There was a painting hanging on the wall that seemed alive. At first, the grandfather looked sad in it, and then suddenly smiled. At this moment, Cheng was surrounded by a crowd of level 30 undead that were immune to physical damage, so he decided to use poison. The poison was able to slow down the monsters, although it did not cause damage, but it gave the young man a chance to escape. At this time, Baby reported that she was hungry and would like to devour all the undead. Chen replied that he wouldn't mind if she succeeded, but reminded her that absorption was also a physical attack. Despite this, Baby managed to absorb the monsters. For her, it became a real feast. Chen then realized that since Little One came from the depths, she was the same as the undead, which meant his insects could also fight them. As a result, the young man destroyed the undead, earned experience for 5 days and 10 seconds, and increased his level. The grandfather in the picture was no longer smiling, but looked upset, and Chen invited Little One to absorb him. However, the picture immediately split into pieces, and the young man received 8,000 experience for scaring the level 35 undead guard. At the same time, monsters surrounded Feng. There were too many of them, and the battle turned out to be difficult. The system notified him that someone had killed a low-ranking undead and a guard, and Feng, impressed, began to wonder who was capable of this. Feng wondered if it was Bulan, but he was not that strong. Xiaoqi could restrain the undead, but not destroy him, and Chung's poison did not affect the monsters, so Han Q remained the last guess. However, Feng did not even suspect that his guesses were far from the truth, because at this moment Han Q could hardly even protect herself. Han Q was in critical condition, but tried not to give up, because she was the last representative of her kind, and without her the family would disappear. Suddenly she noticed a strange poison and realized that there were fewer undead. The girl was amazed to see that it was Chen, who turned out to be her savior, whom she did not expect here. Chen dealt with the undead in an instant and saved Han Q. Seeing this, Han Q was delighted. Could this really be the capabilities of the life support class? And her interest in Chen intensified. Half an hour later, the guys repelled the attack of the undead, and only the final battle with the boss remained. However, they did not see Chung and Han Q anywhere, so they decided to follow the footsteps of the recent battle. Walking a little further, they saw Chung sitting on the steps, next to whom Han Q was hitting his shoulders. The guys were surprised, but Feng ordered not to approach. The granddaughter of a great man was behaving strangely. Perhaps the boss himself was in front of them. However, things were not as they thought. And when Chen wanted to explain himself, Han Q intervened, declaring that he could only be approached through her corpse. However, Chen explained that he is not a boss or a monster, and gave examples to support his words. The guys were pleasantly surprised to learn that in front of them was the same young man with a life support class. Having understood everything, they went to the final battle with the boss of the Secret Kingdom. The boss turned out to be a level 40 undead leader, huge and fearsome. However, he was not as strong as he seemed, and Chen quickly knocked him down. He ordered the others not to approach and summoned the Little One to absorb it. In the end, the boss was eaten by Little One, and the Secret Kingdom was cleared. For killing the boss, Chen received a huge amount of experience and rose from level 17 to 26. In addition to experience, there were other valuable rewards. Among them, the dark cloak of platinum quality stood out, giving invisibility for 3 minutes with a recharge of 2 hours. Since the Secret Kingdom would soon disappear, the guys needed to leave it as soon as possible. Returning home, they told the commander about everything, and he was surprised that Chen crossed the kingdom almost alone. After that, he asked everyone to leave to talk to Chung alone, and immediately got down to business. How he managed to do this. Chen was shocked that Gan had guessed about his insect disaster system, because it could change his fate forever. Gan's face was gloomy, and Chen was scared, but the next second it changed to a kind smile. He said that he would not insist if the young man did not want to tell everything. The more trump cards, the better. But then he added that there was something Chung should know. He showed him 3 corpses which made Chung wonder if it was because of him. Gan explained that these were level 60 fighters, and 2 were even level 90 masters, who were sent to kill Han Q, but were discovered in time. Chen did not understand why he was hunting her until Gan showed a list of orders that included the name Mu Beikyu. The young man was confused. The Mu family protects the country, their warriors are the best, and Beikyu will take part in Tianjiao. The strongest will gather in the camp. Some of them are among the top 100 best warriors. Han Q ranks only 77th in the ranking, but crowds of mercenaries are still hunting for her. Gan explained that her family is one of the most powerful and protects the country. Then Chen asked if all this was being shown to him so that he would not stand out in the camp. And this turned out to be true. After all, with his potential, he only attracts danger and does not escape from it. Gan also mentioned that if Chung's accomplishments in the secret realm came out, his ranking would be higher than Han Q's. But this had to be hidden. After this, Gan again hinted that Chen and Han Q looked good together. But the young man did not want to continue the conversation and left. After returning home, before going to bed, Chen still wanted to do something. He had accumulated as many as 33 copies of rank 3 blood essence, as well as 14 copies of rank 4 blood essence. And the young man wanted to use all this essence not for anyone else, but for his insects, to make them even stronger. Baby also did not stand aside and experienced an indescribable desire to absorb something. Initially, Chen refused her, because she was already quite strong. But Little One threw a tantrum, and the young man had no choice. As a result, Chen used rank 3 blood essence, equivalent to human level 60, as well as rank 4 blood essence, already equal to level 90, after which insects multiplied. Each individual created about 60 of its own kind, and now Chen's insect swarm numbered as many as 100,000. The new insects were not yet accustomed to the new conditions, so they rebelled and slightly damaged Chen's room. While Chen was busy breeding insects, Little One continued to absorb the essence, like a bear seeing honey. However, Chen's combat power increased to as much as 197 stars, and he almost managed to catch up with the strength of the owner of the Third Awakening. After such an increase in strength, Chen was confident that he was now ready to travel to the Tianjiao camp. Reaching level 30, he would also achieve a second awakening and be able to find a new insect queen. Meanwhile, the circumstances of Chen's case escalated, and Gon wanted to involve the king of the Heavenly Blade, his teacher, in this. He also couldn't help but mention once again that Chen's strength surprises him more and more every time. Perhaps he even has a forbidden specialization. His words seriously frightened Jin, and she asked him to explain what exactly he meant. Jin reminded Gan that since the Eater appeared, everyone who awakened the forbidden class within themselves within the Daxia Empire was killed. If Chen had something like that, he too would have been killed long ago, and Gan only replied that he would sincerely like to think so, but in fact, his guesses were just paranoia. Chen had to find his way to the camp, but even with a map, he ended up getting lost. Suddenly, he heard someone calling for help and looked up to see a long-haired man high among the trees. He asked to help him get down because he was afraid of heights. Chen, using growth acceleration, easily grabbed him. Grandfather told Chen that he tried to get to the nest, but he couldn't, and in gratitude for the help, he offered his own. Chen said that he was heading to the Tianjiao camp and asked if he knew the way. His grandfather noted that he was also going there. On the way, Chen asked why he didn't keep his sword in his spatial inventory. His grandfather replied that he was not awakened, and he had no need for it. He said that as a child he did not have any talent, and after the failure of awakening, he tried for 10 years to arrange his life, but everything was in vain. Then he decided to go to the mountains in search of a dignified death, but instead, he found an abandoned hunter's hut in this blade. After this, he decided to practice with the sword every day, and after 50 years of training, enlightenment finally dawned on him. He invited Chen to teach him a couple of sword fighting techniques, but soon realized that he was in a hurry, and now he was simply waiting for the young man to want to learn. After some time they reached the camp, grandfather immediately disappeared. Chen was surprised and had no idea that he had met the king of the Heavenly Blade. Camp Tianjiao was a place where awakened ones improved their skills and leveled up. Order and discipline in the camp were paramount. Therefore, in order to get inside, you had to get a special bracelet confirming your identity. Meanwhile, Hankyu and Sandao were also in the camp, and they were glad to see Chen. For Hankyu, he was an outstanding master, and for Sandao, a savior. They were also surprised when they met each other, and Chen learned that Hankyu's ex-girlfriend was supposedly Sandao. However, everything was not as Hankyu said. She just read Yuri novels and began pestering all her friends. However, from that moment on, everything changed. Now they were not friends but rivals in the fight for Chen's heart. Chen himself didn't really understand what was happening, and it didn't bother him much, but suddenly, an explosion occurred next to them. Some of the awakened ones started a fight immediately after arriving at the camp. This was unacceptable, and the patrol commander decided to teach them a lesson. However, even a commander equal in strength to a Grand Master with the Third Awakening was unable to stop them. At the center of the fight was Tang Ying, an assassin who was very strong and the youngest gold-rank assassin of Tianji Tower, and was rumored to have killed the Grandmaster assassin from the Sakura Empire. In addition to her, Bai Fen, a student of the commander of the Eastern Sea Defensive Line, also took part in the fight. Despite his mental problems, he was considered a talented fighter in the army. And of course, it could not have happened without Beehan. His class Immortal Swordsman was considered divine. His grandfather was one of the 7 pillars of Daxia, and the sword he held was stolen from the Luo family. And all 3 of them fought against one guy named Jiang Wushuang, who was insanely strong and was rumored to have 3 hidden classes at once. Wushuang's blows were so powerful that he easily threw his opponents back several meters. Meanwhile, the long-awaited meeting between Beehan and Chen took place, because the youngest heir of the Shiao family died at the hands of the latter. Beehan stated that, despite his dislike for his younger brother, he was still a member of their family, and therefore intends to avenge him right now. Chen noted that Beehan looks much stronger than his brother, but they have one thing in common. They are both rotten inside. Of course, Chen remembered his promise to Gan not to attract unnecessary attention to himself, but in this situation he had no choice. As Chen summoned a swarm and was about to attack Beehan, someone intervened and ordered them to stop. That someone turned out to be the chief instructor, better known as the Heavenly Blade King, who dispelled Chen's swarm of insects with one swing of his sword. Chen was amazed not only that the old man stopped 4 geniuses with one move of his sword, but also that this was the same man he met in the forest. The deputy commander named Yang Guang reported that all 300 young geniuses had arrived, and the opening ceremony could begin. The appearance of the Heavenly Blade King came as a shock, because there were rumors that he lived in seclusion and had not appeared in public for a long time. Since he was an outstanding warrior and teacher, many dreamed of studying with him. Some even wanted to defeat Wu Shuang in front of his eyes in order to prove their strength and become his disciple. However, everyone except Chen knew who he was and what heights he had reached. Sandao said that even without being awakened, he was able to suppress a group of Seal Kings who had undergone the Seventh Awakening. His strength is so great that he can fight those who have passed the Eighth Awakening. And once Han Qiu also wanted to become his disciple, but he refused her, like many other influential families. Chen was surprised whether it was really so difficult to become his student. Han Qiu explained that he had even refused Wu Shuang and Fen. This amazed Chen even more, and it was difficult for him to believe that that old man from the forest was the king of the heavenly blade. Meanwhile, the opening ceremony began. Gu Kaitian introduced himself as the chief instructor of the Tianjiao camp and immediately activated the barrier to prevent anyone from observing them. He said the camp in Jiangnan province had weakened in recent years because it had become a show instead of real combat training. As there are more and more monsters in the world, they need real fighters. And in order to unleash the potential of the participants, this year there will be fights to the death. This statement caused a strong reaction from the students and instructors. And Keishan added that 10 people would die in each round, and anyone could leave right now. Beehan decided that this rule was invented specifically for him so that he could easily deal with Chen. However, despite the danger, no one refused to participate, and the Tianjiao camp was officially opened. There were 300 participants in total, but already in the first stage half would be eliminated, and the task was to capture the flag before 6 a.m. the next day. Immediately after the test began, Beehan, oddly enough, first decided to attack Chen. Chen also wanted to deal with him personally, so he sent Han Qiu and Sandao to look for the flag. As soon as they left, Beehan attacked Chen, and the energy from his sword was so powerful that the young man clearly felt it. However, they were unable to complete the battle because Ying intervened. She was unhappy that Beehan began a fight to the death immediately after the start of the camp. Ying asked if he was already afraid of Wu Shuang because they agreed to attack him together, but Beehan constantly avoided the fight. After this, Beehan and Ying went to look for Wu Shuang so they could finally fight him. Chen didn't know Ying before, but she clearly wanted to help him, and did so happily without mentioning that she was Jin's niece. Realizing that her strength was not enough to fight Beehan, she decided to use Wu Shuang as a distraction to gain some time. Meanwhile, a camper named Huang Yongchao became Beehan's subordinate as his father served the latter's grandfather, and he brought 3 flags as a sign of loyalty. Beehan was pleased that he had found such a servant and immediately gave him a new task, to kill Chen. Meanwhile, Cheng's group had already found 2 flags, but had no intention of stopping and continued their search. However, they were suddenly attacked by Yongchao, carrying out Beehan's orders. Chen thought that he had come for the flag, but he directly said that he had come for his life. Sandao warned that Yongchao had a hidden class of level 39 sun-chasing fire archer, and her shield was unlikely to withstand his attack. Chen told the girls to go to a safe place, and he decided to respond to Yongchao with force. Before Yunchao could blink an eye, the poison engulfed his body and dissolved him in an instant. Kadian watched their battle and was surprised that Chen not only possessed a divine-level life support class, but also possessed a hidden poison class. He also instructed Guan to summon several space masters so that in an emergency they could teleport and stop the participants. In addition, he ordered to prepare a dozen third-level peak beasts, release them one by one into the testing area, and attach flags to them so that the participants would be forced to fight together. Meanwhile, Beehan, Ying, and Fen surrounded Wu Shuang, but even the 3 of them could not oppose him. The difference in strength was enormous. At this moment, the members received a notification that Yongchao, registered as number 091, had been killed by Cheng. They were also informed that there were 10 level 3 peak beasts in the testing area, each carrying 3 flags. Having learned that flags from these animals could earn you additional points, and that first place would earn you 100 million, the participants immediately rushed into battle. One of the beasts attacked Cheng, but was paralyzed, giving the team a chance to get 3 flags. However, just as Chen was about to attack the beast, he was attacked by Beehan. He was furious because Chen not only killed Yongchao, but now also wanted to get the flags. Beehan used Wind, Heaven and Earth Dragon Strike, but Chen repelled the attack with Poison. He did not hesitate and responded with the Poison Mist Dragon attack. Beehan tried to repel her with the forbidden technique Azure Lotus Immortal Sword. The energy of his sword began to absorb the poisonous mist, as it seemed to him. In fact, it was Cheng's trick, He summoned the Little One, and it absorbed the enemy's attack. Beehan did not give up and used the Jade of Life potion, but Chen could have broken through his shield with a swarm, although this would have attracted unnecessary attention. Therefore, he asked Sandao to cast an opaque earth shield to cover the battlefield. The girl doubted her abilities, but made up her mind and activated the eternal shield of the earth. She succeeded. Beehan did not understand why Sandao did this, and Chen decided to explain by asking how he thought his brother died. At first, Beehan did not take him seriously, reminding him of the gap between him and his brother. But still, this will not save him from Little One. After these words, Little One began to attack Beehan's shield, delivering blow after blow. Beehan could only defend himself with the energy of the sword, but even this did not save him. His energy was depleted. He could not counterattack, and Baby had already begun to break through the shield. Guan was confused. He did not understand what was happening inside the shield. But one thing was clear. Beehan was losing. He ordered Chen Yuan, a grandmaster with spatial abilities, to test Beehan's spiritual power and teleport him if necessary. However, Chen objected, saying that even if Beehan was Yuan Shan's grandson, he could be injured or killed. Guan asked if there would be consequences if Yuan Shan found out about his grandson's death, because information would leak sooner or later. Chen thought for a moment, but noted that Beehan was a strong master, and he wondered if Chen could kill him, so he limited his observation. Meanwhile, the beast carrying 3 flags was defeated by Cheng's swarm. Unexpectedly, Chen conveyed a mental message to Chen, asking him not to go too far, as Chen Yuan, a spatial-type grandmaster, was approaching. Chen immediately ordered Little One to hide so that no one would know about her existence. One of Chen's monster minions self-destructed, destroying Beehan's shield, and a powerful explosion immediately occurred. All that remained at the scene of the explosion was part of Beehan's hand and a sword previously stolen from the Luo family, which has now returned to Sandao. Guan was furious that Cheng Yuan did not have time to save Beehan, but he explained that the poison was so strong that it destroyed even his mental energy. Kaidian joined the conversation and reminded Guan that he was stuck at the peak of the transition to the 5th awakening, because instead of training, he preferred to seek the favor of the powers that be. He added that Guan himself understood this, and when he mentioned Yuan Shan and the possible consequences of killing his grandson, he did not even answer, but already began to act. Kaidian stated that, if necessary, he was ready to meet even with Yuan Shan, and also ordered that Beehan's death be announced and information not leaked outside the camp. It was soon announced that member Beehan, registered as number 003, had been killed by Cheng, causing quite a shock among all the members. Meanwhile, Chen went to the main commander of Jiangnan County named Duan Xinghai. He rushed towards him in a hurry and, without saying a word, immediately activated the forbidden barrier, which made Xinghai even more interested. Xinghai asked if Chen had found someone very unusual to take such serious precautions, and he answered in the affirmative. Chen asked if poison could destroy a spiritual mental attack, but Xinghai replied that it was extremely difficult since the essence of a mental spirit is a combination of the essence and soul of a directed thought. At the same time, Xinghai noted that in his life he had never met anyone who could dispel a mental attack with poison, and asked if someone capable of this had appeared in the camp. Chen replied that he could not confirm this for sure yet, but Xinghai insisted that he tell him the whole truth right now. Then Kaidian asked if it was possible that poison had its own consciousness, to which Xinghai replied that this was nonsense because how could poison be intelligent? However, he added that this is possible if it is not poison at all, but something else, only pretending to be poison. And then Chen understood everything. This also gave Xinghai some thoughts, and he said that in the ancient ruins he saw a tome that mentioned a disaster insect called the 9 Wings of Fel. 9 Wings of Corruption is a product of the abyss. In one of the ancient eras it caused the destruction of the world, but now it is considered a simple legend. However, Chen was confident that this was not a myth, and such a creature could exist today. He thanked Xinghai for his help and left, saying that he had a lot of work ahead of him. Chen was somewhat terrified, because even his divine growth acceleration alone was enough to become the #1 target. And in addition, Chen possessed a forbidden power, for which in the Daxia Empire, you can lose your head. And Chen realized that this was why Gan instructed him to look after him, or rather, to cover him. This did not give Chen peace. Is it important that the power is forbidden? Because the true sword can both punish and protect. Good and evil can live in the same heart. Therefore, he decided to send Hong Yao to the ancient ruins to gather all the information he could about the 9 wings of Fel, and then went to Guan to find out about the progress of the test. Meanwhile, the test was coming to an end. Of the 9 beasts released, only one remained, and Lei Ji from Wanyao, along with Liu Jezi from Wudan, teamed up to kill him. The same went for Ying and Fen, who also teamed up and fought against yet another beast. However, among the participants there was also one who alone was able to defeat 3 at once. Wu Shuang, who it seemed, was now heading towards Chen. Chen himself was able to defeat 2 of the beasts, and the last survivor was released right next to him. However, this did not cause Chen any difficulties. He easily absorbed the monster. At that moment, they noticed a strange glow, as if someone was trying to attack them. Sonato attempted to activate the Eternal Earth Shield, but her opponent's strike easily penetrated it, although it was absorbed by Chen's poison. The attacker was, of course, none other than Wu Shuang. Wu Shuang was amazed that his blow was absorbed by the poison, and noted that he now understood why Chen was called the Demon of Poison. His interest in him only intensified. However, he came not just to fight, but to fight, putting his own life on the line. Wu Shuang's power was monstrous and destructive. It was not for nothing that he was considered gifted. Chen wondered how many levels the little one could raise if it absorbed the blood and flesh of such a fighter, but the little one itself was scared after seeing such power. The young man realized that he shouldn't count on her, and he could only use the self-destruction of the beetles. After just one blow from Wu Shuang, Chen looked exhausted, and the latter asked him if he was already exhausted. After all, he did not look like the one who defeated Beehan. However, Chen was not going to give up. On the contrary, he wanted to continue the fight and use the talent of his class to do this. He used plants to create a shield and hide the battle from the cameras, and Wu Shuang wondered if his tactic was to deceive everyone by hiding behind the shield. This time, Kaitian decided not just to observe, but to act. He ordered a rescue team to be prepared, because the outcome of the battle can only be understood by the level. Chen had 26, and Wu Shuang had as many as 46. Meanwhile, the battle continued, and Chen's next move was to use a swarm of insects. However, even this did not bring noticeable damage. Wu Shuang easily repelled all attacks. Moreover, he used the mountain peaks will rise above mountain tops technique and destroyed several of Chen's beetles. But even in such a situation, Chen did not give up and continued to attack, confident in his victory, which Wu Shuang was also amazed at. Despite the sudden attacks, Wu Shuang still stood on his feet and was able to counterattack. As a result, he struck too hard. Chen was greatly weakened, while Wu Shuang, even after the self-destruction of the 2 beetles, only lost a little in strength. Chen realized that in order to gain an advantage, he needed to destroy dozens, even hundreds of insects, and he was ready to do it. He self-destructed 10 bugs and then used growth acceleration to capture Wu Shuang. However, Wu Shuang suddenly declared that their battle was over, and from now on, he recognizes him as a worthy opponent. Despite just awakening, he forced him to use 80% of his strength. Chen was perplexed as to whether the words that they were putting their lives on the line were just a way to force him to fight at full strength. But Wu Shuang did not answer, saying that he was going to take a nap. At the same time, he handed over to Chen the right to deal with the last beast, thereby losing first place in the test, but only because he was really tired. However, Chen said that he is not one of those who follows pride. If he sees a benefit, he will certainly take advantage of it. Kaichen noted that Wu Shuang really deserves to be Wudi's heir. After all, he did not use force to humiliate the weak, and Cheng Yuan at that time was poisoned again. After Wu Shuang left, the last 10th test beast, which was noticeably different from the rest, was sent to Chen. Meanwhile, Kai Tian's first disciple and Gan's older sister Hong Yao, who had undergone the 7th awakening, went to the ancient ruins for information. The place turned out to be truly terrible, and Yao was sure that not a single master would come here without going through at least 6 awakenings. After some time and hundreds of killed monsters, Yao finally discovered the ominous tablet. She came closer and activated divine perception, thanks to which she received all the information about the ancient insects. This is how she learned that the 9 wings of Fel is an ancient disaster creature born in the yin power-saturated lands of the 9 circles of hell, and caused a great disaster in the 4th century, although it is now considered extinct. His appearance was also described: black and purple color, 9 wings, and a deadly poison that can turn into purple smoke, destroying even mental and spatial techniques. Chen, meanwhile, continued to fight the last beast, which only at first glance seemed especially difficult. In fact, Killing him was not difficult for Chen, and he received 3 more flags. Ying and Fen also completed the battle with the beast, but spent much more energy than Chen. Meanwhile, the end of the test was announced, and everyone who found the flags was invited to gather in the square, and the rest were warned to leave the camp within 3 minutes, otherwise they would die. However, Chen was in no hurry to return, but ordered the insects to collect and absorb the remaining parts of the animals. Beehan was glad that he could leave the camp, because he intended to immediately tell his grandfather about everything so that he could deal with Chen. Meanwhile, Keishan asked all the remaining participants to follow him into the restricted testing area. However, none of the guys knew what kind of zone this was. Was it really one of the 8 forbidden territories of the Huaxia Empire? And if so, then there could be a lot of valuables there if they managed to survive. Kaidian, taking out a blade, began to swing it, thinking about Yao's report. And if Chen really owns the forbidden insect, he needs to prepare in advance. Using the blade, Keishan lifted the entire camp area into the air using the blade flight skill and headed with the participants to the restricted area of the Jiangnan Yunmeng swamp. Chen asked the girls if they knew about this zone, and Hankyu said that her grandfather had mentioned it once. Among all the forbidden zones of the Huaxia Empire, this is considered the weakest, but is known for the fact that space and time are distorted in it, and numerous spatial fragments move chaotically, creating a deadly labyrinth. In addition, time flows differently in these fragments. According to rumors, 100 years ago, one person entered there and left 2 hours later, although he spent 200 years inside and became a king with the 7th awakening. Chen noted that the risks and opportunities here are completely unpredictable, but Sandow reassured him because they were being led by the king of the Heavenly Blade himself. At this time, Kadian was thinking about the information received from Yao and understood that soon the head of the Shiao family would also figure out what was happening, and then rumors of a disaster would spread throughout the empire. Meanwhile, the parents of the participants arrived at the campsite and were surprised to find that Keichin had actually moved the entire Tianjiao camp along with the young geniuses. Xinghai was also surprised because just 2 minutes ago he received a message from Kadian, in which he said that he was taking the children to the restricted area where the next test would take place, and promised to return to the beginning of the Tianjiao rating selection. After that, he arrived at the camp where his parents were already waiting for him, and explained to them that everything was under control, because Keishin promised to return by the day the selection began. However, Xinghai was perplexed as to whether Keishin had started all this just for the sake of one young man, and whether it was really worth it. At that moment, he remembered his words, and this made him think about the 9 wings of corruption. At the same time, Kadian sent a message to Gan, saying that Chen had something forbidden, so for now they needed to lie low, and he himself asked to find allies among the sealed kings. Meanwhile, he also told him that Chen had killed the heir of the Huang family and cut off Beihan's hand. The situation was becoming increasingly tense, and upon returning from the camp, a brutal massacre could begin. Gan was stunned, but Jin assured him that everything would be fine. She talked to her father, and he promised to support them, and with him on their side would be Keichin, Yao, her father, and Xinghai. Gan admitted that Jin was right, so he should not waste time. He decided to meet with the Mu and Luo families to try to win them over to his side, and if this fails with words, he will use force. Meanwhile, Yao noted that possessing the 9 wings of Fel was probably very cool, and she would also like something similar, but Keishin did not share her enthusiasm and asked her to be more serious. At the same time, the girl added that the Daxia Empire is the sworn enemy of any forbidden forces, and suggested that Kadian kill General Zhenyu with 1 blow. But Keishin again reminded her to be more serious and watch her tongue. He was surprised at how he managed to recruit such students. Yao, always a noisy hooligan, Gan, stubborn and headstrong, and now Chen, who has a forbidden insect. However, the reason why he wants to protect Chen is the same as when he took Yao as his student. He simply liked her red armor, and Gan generally confused him with his grandfather at the entrance to the club. Long ago, when the heir of the Shiao family tried to forcefully marry Jin, Gan intervened and disrupted the wedding, taking the girl away. Then Keishin was ready to give his life for his disciple. Now it's Chen's turn. At the moment of their first meeting, Kaidian realized that they would find a common language, and then simply agreed with Gan's request to take him as a student, and is now obliged to protect him. Yao noticed that although Keishin seemed cold and harsh, he was actually very caring, and asked if there was another way to protect Chen. She mentioned one of the 3 invincible sovereigns, the supreme commander of the Daxia army, the grandfather of Wu Shuang, the martial arts god Zhang Xuanji. At this time, Xuanji was in the Pojin dungeon and dealt with enemies who were trying to seize the Daxia Empire. At that moment, Wu Shuang tried to contact him, which alerted him. After all, he should be in the camp. Instead of Wu Shuang, Kaidian appeared, immediately declaring that his grandson was fine, and he himself came to make a deal. He spoke about Chen, his characteristics, and the forbidden insect, and asked Xuanji to protect the young man. Xuanji considered this madness but asked Kaichen to voice the conditions. He offered to take Wu Shuang to the Taishu Hall in the Yunmeng swamps, the location of which no one knows. Taishu Hall is the legendary treasury of the heavenly Tao, and if Wu Shuang gets there, his cultivation can advance dramatically. Xuanji realized that this was beneficial and agreed, but on the condition that Chen would not use his disaster in the Tournament of Heirs. In addition, if Chen cannot win the tournament, he himself will throw him into one of the dungeons, because deep down, he does not believe that he is worth anything without his insect. Moreover, under the current conditions, the insect will not be able to grow to the level of disaster, which means that without it, Chen will not be able to cope with Wu Shuang. But if he causes problems, Xuanji will destroy him personally. Meanwhile, the students had already arrived at the Forbidden Territory, but no one could remember the road, since the fragments of the dimension were constantly moving. The Yunmeng Swamp has 10 layers. The 9th and 10th of them are considered the safest, but the deeper it is, the easier it is to get lost. So Chen decided to focus on spiritual perception. It was quiet and calm in his mind, but he felt like the tree, as if driven by the wind, was showing him the way. At this moment, the tree of all things gave birth to a fruit, a functional red fruit, capable of copying abilities, which must be used within 3 hours, otherwise it will disappear. After use, Chen will be able to copy one random ability of the target and use it without restrictions, while both its degradation and improvement are possible. Kai Tian, meanwhile, announced that they had reached the 6th layer of the Yunmeng Marshes, a place called the Taishu Realm, and in front of them was now the Taishu Hall. At this moment, Chen thought about copying the ability from Kaidian. After all, he always claimed that he knew only one movement, and this could be the first lesson. The Taishu Hall is where candidates undergo 3 tests, the first of which is 1008 steps, each of which increases the chance of a reward from the heavenly Tao. One of the 3 invincible warriors of the Daxia Empire achieved his enlightenment precisely at this stage, and the second test was the Great Tablet of Taishu, which he then reached. The third test is located inside the hall itself, but no one has managed to get there yet, so nothing is known about it. Meanwhile, Kaichen announced that the 10 who climbed the highest in the steps would be presented to Jiangnan County at the National Pride of Heaven competition. While the majority rushed up the steps, the more enlightened students were getting used to their surroundings. Kaidian was pleasantly surprised that some did not succumb to the herd instinct, but Chen covered himself with meditation to begin copying Kaidian's ability. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen actually began copying, and it turned out that the old man was not lying. He only knew one move. After this, something strange began to happen to the young man, as if he was being transported to another space. A system window immediately appeared, informing that copying had begun. And at the same moment, Chen found himself in another world with one sword in his hand. He trained with the sword not for a year, not 2, or even 10, but for 40 years. That's how long it took to master the heavenly blade. If it took Kaidian half his life, then Chen took just 1 moment. In addition to the new skill, Chen was able to divide it into 4 styles: Blade Mastery, Earth Sword, Heavenly Sword, and Magic Blade. Kaidian began to worry because Wu Shuang and the others had already begun to climb the steps, while Chen, Sandao, and Hankyu were still adapting. At this moment, Yao noticed that the heart of Kaichen's blade was suddenly resonating, and the same was happening to Chen's blade. Yao asked if it was Gan who had achieved enlightenment, since he had previously tried to prove that the heavenly blade could be divided into 4 directions. However, Kaichen realized that it was Chen, not Gan, who had made the breakthrough, and at that very moment the young man began to climb the steps. Meanwhile, some of the guys had already climbed more than 200 steps, but Kaidian and Yao were interested in how high Chen could climb. This was not just a climb. The first 100 steps were a test of mental strength through illusions. The Taishu Hall is where candidates undergo 3 tests, the first of which is 1008 steps, each of which increases the chance of a reward from the heavenly Tao. One of the 3 invincible warriors of the Daxia Empire achieved his enlightenment precisely at this stage, and the second test was the Great Tablet of Taishu, which he then reached. The third test is located inside the hall itself, but no one has managed to get there yet, so nothing is known about it. Meanwhile, Keishin announced that the 10 who climbed the highest in the steps would be presented to Jiangnan County at the National Pride of Heaven competition. While the majority rushed up the steps, the more enlightened students were getting used to their surroundings. Kaidian was pleasantly surprised that some did not succumb to the herd instinct, but Chen covered himself with meditation to begin copying Kaidian's ability. Taking advantage of the moment, Chen actually began copying, and it turned out that the old man was not lying. He only knew one move. After this, something strange began to happen to the young man, as if he was being transported to another space. A system window immediately appeared, informing that copying had begun. And at the same moment, Chen found himself in another world with one sword in his hand. He trained with the sword not for a year, not 2, or even 10, but for 40 years. That's how long it took to master the heavenly blade. If it took Kaidian half his life, then Chen took just 1 moment. In addition to the new skill, Chen was able to divide it into 4 styles: Blade Mastery, Earth Sword, Heavenly Sword, and Magic Blade. Kaidian began to worry because Wu Shuang and the others had already begun to climb the steps, while Chen, Sandao, and Henkyu were still adapting. At this moment, Yao noticed that the heart of Keishin's blade was suddenly resonating, and the same was happening to Chen's blade. Yao asked if it was Gan who had achieved enlightenment, since he had previously tried to prove that the heavenly blade could be divided into 4 directions. However, Keishin realized that it was Chen, not Gan, who had made the breakthrough, and at that very moment the young man began to climb the steps. Meanwhile, some of the guys had already climbed more than 200 steps, but Keishin and Yao were interested in how high Chen could climb. This was not just a climb. The first 100 steps were a test of mental strength through illusions. This motivated Wu Shuang, and he was the first to dare to step on the 300th step. At the same time, he began to wonder if Chen also had a divine rank, and that the chains around him were hiding his true strength. When Wu Shuang stepped onto a new level, he was enveloped in a purple aura. Every 300 levels, the difficulty increases sharply, but the rewards become more impressive. As soon as Chen stepped onto the first step, he was immediately attacked by an illusion in the form of Yuan Shan. Chen tried to resist using insects, but it was useless. Yuan Shan's illusion also dealt with the guys who tried to protect Chen. This was just the first step, but it already scared the young man to the core. Kaidian explained that the steps: test spirit, stamina, dexterity, and strength with the help of illusions. And while the heirs of noble families took strengthening decoctions from childhood, Chen did not. Since Chen did not have such an opportunity, he had to rely only on himself and endure excruciating pain. However, he was still able to overcome the illusion, and as soon as he realized that it was an illusion, it disappeared, giving way to the tree of all things. This awakened the inner spirit in Chen. He gained courage and began to confidently rise higher, unafraid of illusions. For this, he received 5 fragments of the Star of Origin. But to create one such star, you need 1,000 fragments, and it can be used to improve skills. Chen was surprised that at the second stage the illusions no longer attacked. The tree of all things was able to block their impact on his mind. His behavior caused a violent reaction. At the first stage he almost cried, and at the second he suddenly stood up and began to laugh. Chen heard their conversations and wanted to prove that he was not the weakest, but at the same time he understood that Kaidian and Yao were watching him. Nevertheless, he decided to cast aside modesty and, as if nothing had happened, with light steps he quickly began to overcome one step after another. All this time he hummed the song, and soon overtook Hankyu and Sandao, reaching the 100th stage. Yao was amazed at how easily he managed it, and even doubted whether the hall had really broken down. However, after reaching further, Chen saw that Wu Shuang, Ying, and Shen had stopped at the 299th step and could not understand the reason. The fact was that at the 300th stage the real test began, and even the heirs of great families had a hard time passing it. The 3 were surprised when they saw how quickly Chen caught up with them. This motivated Wu Shuang, and he was the first to dare to step on the 300th step. At the same time, he began to wonder if Chen also had a divine rank, and that the chains around him were hiding his true strength. He also noted that now the test evaluates strength of spirit, not will. And since Chen is not from a noble family, it is doubly difficult for him. However, Chen himself did not think so, and after Wu Shuang's speech, he also stepped onto a new level, which greatly surprised everyone. For this, he received the Source Crystal, which he himself could not use, but wanted to give to his uncle so that he could overcome the Third Awakening. Little One was happy about Chen's success and wanted him to continue his ascent, because she also wanted to absorb something. However, Chen did not understand what exactly she wanted to absorb, because the Tai Shu Hall was ahead, and Little One replied that she wanted to absorb it entirely. Chen was at a loss, but Little One immediately dispelled his doubts and forcibly dragged him up the steps. The way the young man began to climb the steps quickly awakened the war god body in Wushuang, and he did not want to let Chen pass him. Fen was also furious. First he was surpassed by Chen, and now by Wushuang, who could not cope with his new body for a long time, so he decided to keep up. Ying looked at the guys in surprise, wondering if it was Chen who had such an influence on them. Meanwhile, the guys behind her were happy that Ying wasn't as crazy as the other three. However, as soon as they voiced this, Ying immediately turned into a snake and began to climb the steps with great speed. Yao was also surprised. Wu Shuang grew 8 arms, Fen went crazy and became a killing machine, and Ying stopped pretending and began to act seriously. As a result, the first person to reach the top of Tai Shu Hall was Chen. As soon as he reached the top, he immediately released a swarm of insects that began to consume everything around him. Yao's surprise knew no bounds. Could the fog that engulfed the Tai Shu tablet really be the 9 wings of corruption? And why did Chen do it? Everyone was even more surprised when the tablet completely disappeared. Kadian was stunned. Was Chen really able to take the tablet? And how did he do it? Chen realized that it was Kadian who he wanted to learn from, and bowing his head, asked to be accepted as a student. Meanwhile, a meeting of the 12 kings of Jiangnan was taking place, at which only Keishan and Yao were absent. The main commander of the Jiangnan district was Xinghai, and he immediately stated that he did not intend to speculate for long. He said that during the investigation, it was determined that Chen's poisonous mist is the ancient scourge of the 9 wings of Fel, and according to the law, it must be destroyed. Muhunian, Hanqiu's grandfather, noted that the filth had already caused great disaster in the past, but perhaps it would be better to keep Chen under observation or take the insect away from him without killing him. Tang Wanchuan, Ying's father, said that he agreed with Hunian's opinion because the laws regarding forbidden things were adopted 5 centuries ago, and then they were objectively weak, but now everything is different. Meanwhile, no one except them shared this opinion, saying that they were saying this only because their daughters were interested in the young man. Suddenly, someone knocked down the door of the meeting room, causing a lot of noise. It was Yuan Shan who was told what Chen had done to his son. He declared that whoever covered the young man would have to deal with his sword. Meanwhile, Gan and the rest of the Night Guardians went to the site and noticed a team of heavenly punishers mobilized by Yuan Shan for an ambush. Gan stated that if it came to a fight, he and Jin would pave the way with their swords, and asked Fen and Bulan to take care of the night guards if something happened to them. When the camp began to return, Yuan Shan immediately ordered the punitive forces to prepare. Seeing the punishers, Yao noted that these were the same ones who were there when Jin was kidnapped, and was looking forward to a fight. But Keishan asked her not to start a fight out of nowhere, because then they would think that his students were stupid butchers. Yo replied that he himself could barely restrain himself from getting involved in a fight, and asked Chen if he agreed. Chen, at that moment, was flying in the clouds. He was completing the process of the 3rd reproduction of the swarm, and the current number of insects reached 5 million. Yao brought him to his senses and said that, despite the number of people near Yuan Shan, there was nothing to be afraid of. She and the teacher were nearby. Chen replied that he was not afraid, but it seemed to him that he saw Gan on the mountain and wanted to first convey the promised gift. Neither Kaitian nor Yao objected, because they were flying past anyway. As soon as Chen saw Gan and Jin, he was very happy to meet them again. He handed over the origin crystal to Gan, saying that he promised to get epic rank equipment, but found something more valuable. In addition to the gift for Gan, he also brought others. A scarf for Jin, a bow for Fen, a gold-grade dark weapon for Bulan, and a platinum-grade set for Xiaoke. Meanwhile, Yuan Shan was eagerly awaiting Chen's appearance and ordered the punishers to prepare to shoot, not caring about the hundreds of other heirs on the island. Xinghai asked Keishan to hand over Chen to them, saying that he and Yuan Shan were too important for Jiangnan, and it was better to sacrifice the youths. However, Keishan stated that he lived his life without a drop of regret, and in addition, returned 150 heirs from the Forbidden Zone, strengthening them significantly. This angered Yuan Shan even more, and he ordered everyone to shut up and focus on transmitting Chen. He reminded that Chen possesses a forbidden insect and must die according to the law, and protecting him is a direct violation of the law. Kadian realized that he would have to show strength, And before that, he asked Yao to hold back the flight of the camp. Chen, meanwhile, headed back to the camp island and locked the night guardians inside the barrier. At the same time, Keishan took out his blade, thereby causing even more excitement. Kai Tian, who knew only one sword movement, was not afraid to fight Yuan Shan, a master of the Eighth Awakening who mastered dozens of water techniques. But their fight was stopped by Xinghai. Xinghai ordered to stop, because in the event of a battle, they would destroy not only the camp, but also the Jiangnan military base, putting the children at risk. However, Beehan interrupted him, offering to decide everything with a duel to the death. He versus Chen, one-on-one. Beehan stated that Chen had previously taken his hand from him, but today, he would repay the debt by taking his life. Xinghai admitted that such a fight was closer to him, but noted that Beehan had an ulterior motive. The condition of the fight was that Chen could not use his insect. Katie encountered that even if the law was on their side, it did not give them the right to do whatever they wanted. The old man was ready to fight, but Chen stopped him, reminding him of his own words that his students were not stupid butchers. Chen said that since they want him not to use the little one, he agrees. He has a backup option. He asked Kadian to teach him the heaven-splitting technique right away, but the teacher thought it was a joke. Even Yao needed 10 years. This made Beehan laugh too. He said that he would not wait 10 years for this. However, Chen replied that he only needed 5 minutes. This angered Kadian even more, because the technique is extremely complex and cannot be mastered in 5 minutes. But Chen did not back down and with sincere confidence in his eyes, asked to teach him. As soon as Chen took the heavenly blade, it immediately responded, greatly surprising Kadian. Meanwhile, Xinghai created the life and death arena, so that, given the duel to the death, no one could interfere with the fight. Beehan reminded Chen that everyone was waiting only for him and advised him to hurry up with his training. Gan, meanwhile, was furious, trying to destroy the barrier and shouting at Chen not to fight Beehan. Kai Tian began teaching Chen the heaven-splitting technique, for which the young man needed to break through barriers, transcend the boundaries of life and death, understand his true self, and act without regrets. After that, he demonstrated the power of the blow by sending it towards Yuan Shan. Yuan Shan was surprised that Kadian decided to strike him and instantly activated all his defenses. However, Katian's blow was not aimed at Yuan Shan, but at a black dragon from the bottom of the Yangtze, which was hiding not far from the camp. No one except Katian noticed his presence, and he assumed that the dragon had come for the evil. Katian did not hide his joy, because he was able to demonstrate a powerful blow in front of his new student. Chen decided to keep up and suddenly took the sword away from Gan, which surprised him. The teacher asked if Chen really did not want to use his sword, but he assured that everything would soon become clear. Chen then rushed into battle, asking the teacher to simply observe and promised that he could handle the technique as well as him. Yao wanted to stop Chen, but could not move due to the action of the life and death arena, and asked why Xuanzi had not intervened yet. Keichen explained to her that Xuanzi had already arrived, but was hiding in the underbelly. Yao thought that it was because of him that she could not move, and the unflattering words she had said about him earlier began to bother her. Keichen noted that Xuanzi thinks big and will not allow chaos in Jiangnan province, but Yao did not understand why he was willing to sacrifice Chen for the sake of order. The teacher did not understand the reason for Yao's panic, because he had just taught Chen the sword-splitting the heavens technique, which caused the girl even more surprise. Beehan was also surprised that Chen really decided to mock him even in such a situation. Chen's arrogance angered him, and he was eagerly waiting to attack. Fen asked Wu Shuang who he thought would win, and he replied that given the opportunity to use the fel, Chen would undoubtedly win. But the rules prohibit the use of an insect, so the guys bet on the death of the young man. Beehan restored his martial heart and became stronger, and his sword, Moon Soul, was an artifact ranked 20th in strength in the Daxia Empire. Despite this, Beehan showed mercy and allowed Chen to attack first. Chen did not refuse and attacked using the heaven-splitting sword, the blade of humanity. The blow was so strong that some spectators could not look at it due to insufficient tempering of the soul. This attack was indeed powerful, but it only affected the soul and consciousness. Beehan was not impressed and responded with the Star and Moon Strike technique. Chen's first move was called the Blade of Humanity, but it was not the only one in his arsenal. Chen then used Earthblade and not only deflected Beehan's blow, but also caused serious damage to him. The arena began to collapse under the onslaught of their forces and had to be reinforced with ice. Beehan tried to block the attack with the forbidden spell Invincible Witchcraft, but the sword did not obey. Then he used the divine weapon Soul of the Moon and the technique returning the blade to the origins, destroying Shine of Blades, firing dozens of blades towards Chen. Xinghai was confused because the battle was so powerful that even the three masters could not contain the arena. Beehan celebrated the victory in advance and argued that without the insect, Chen was worthless. However, his overconfidence only angered Chen, and he was ready to show his true strength. Chen used Heaven-Splitting Sword and repelled Beehan's attack with Karma Strike. There was a powerful explosion, and it seemed as if the arena was about to collapse. Gan was stunned. It seemed to him that he was dreaming, and seeing Chen using the blades of humanity, earth, and even heaven. Kachin noted that although Chen did not yet have enough energy to fully use the technique, he learned it in just 5 minutes. It was impossible not to recognize such strength and talent, so it was decided not to touch the young man for now. Ji Lingqiu, the invincible sword god, noted that if Xuanzi did not intervene, everyone would have to deal with Yuan Shan. Yuan Shan was furious because another grandson died before his eyes, and he demanded that Xuanzi remove the pressure of his aura. Xuanzi replied that Yuan Shan was old enough to understand the rules of the game. Once you participate, be prepared for the consequences. Suddenly, Chen rushed to attack Yuan Shan, declaring that he had mastered the fourth strike of the technique and was ready to show it right now. Kadian tried to stop him and ordered him not to point the sword at Yuan Shan, but he did not even listen to him. Xuanzi and Lingqiu were also not delighted, noting that such a decision by the young man was total stupidity. Yuan Shan did not ignore the arrogance and recklessness of the young man and answered him in kind. Chen used the Sword of the Great Path that brings justice by destroying evil, and was able to repel the enemy's attack. This caused a strong reaction from everyone. No one could believe that Chen was strong enough to deliver such blows. Yuan Shan was furious, noting that even Kachin did not dare to disturb him, but Chen dared to challenge him. He also asked the young man if he really thought that he could defeat him with such an insignificant attack. But soon, something strange happened. Chen initially did not plan to defeat him with one blow. In order to win, he acquired Fell. From the very beginning, hordes of swarms were hidden behind the shine of the blade, because the ban on the use of insects was in effect only during the battle with Beehan. After this, Chen sent over 100,000 insects towards Yuan Shan and self-destructed them. However, it was not possible to defeat Yuan Shan with one explosion, and he continued to stand firmly on his feet. Then Chen used even more insects, and so on several times in a row. It was becoming extremely dangerous near the battle site, so Xinghai ordered everyone to move away. Yuan Shan was beside himself with rage and realized that the young man would have to be destroyed, otherwise he would become a disaster. After that, Yuan Shan used the water curse Blood Explosion, a forbidden spell. Following this, the blood in Chen's body became controlled by Yuan Shan, and the youth could no longer fight. Yuan Shan did not stop at just one use of Blood Explosion and used it again. With each use, the technique took more and more blood, and Chen's condition worsened. Gan tried to break through the barrier to save Chen, but was unsuccessful. Yao and Kaitian, as well as Hankyu and Sandao, rushed to his aid. However, the parents stopped the latter, saying that they would not help. At the same time, they begged their father and grandfather to help Chen. Unfortunately, even they were powerless because, under the influence of Blood Explosion, a person is considered dead. Nevertheless, Kachin and Yao decided to try to save the young man and prepared to attack Yuan Shan. They attacked him at the same time, demanding to release Chen and cancel the blood technique. However, even their combined attacks were unable to penetrate Yuan Shan's water shield. Chen's condition worsened and he gradually lost his mind. Yuan Shan did not plan to stop and decided to finish what he started using the Blood Explosion detonation technique. The young man's body began to absorb itself from the inside, creating enormous pressure. As a result, the flesh gave way and Chen's body exploded. Right in front of everyone, the talented Chen, who was predicted to have a great, albeit difficult future, died a cruel death. While the others were horrified and could not believe what had happened, Yuan Shan celebrated his victory and laughed with joy. But Kachin and Yao did not share his joy and immediately attacked, even if this was their last battle. Suddenly, someone shouted at them to stop and they were unable to move. A poisonous mist appeared behind Yuan Shan, declaring that he wanted to change the rules. Only he and Yuan Shan would fight. This someone turned out to be Chen, who survived even after such an illustrative death. Everyone was amazed that the young man was able to survive, and he asked if they really thought that Yuan Shan would kill him so easily. Yuan Shan was confused and could not believe his eyes because he definitely saw his death. Bula noted that Chen smelled of death. The Reaper's Decree, an artifact from the secret realm, must have worked. Chen was preparing for a new attack on Yuan Shan and released the entire swarm of corruption, promising that now the attacks will be different. Lingqiu noted that the number of insects in this swarm was absurdly large, and Xuanzi was amazed how the young man could raise such a swarm only by awakening the queen. Xuanzi admitted that he had underestimated Chen and was willing to acknowledge his strength. Chen directed the entire swarm towards Yuan Shan, declaring that he was ready to sacrifice all the insects for his death. Yuan Shan could not move, and the only one who could do this was the martial arts god Xuanzi, who himself did not understand why he was doing this. At this time, the swarm attacked Yuan Shan, and powerful explosions were heard one after another at the scene of the collision. The reason why Xuanzi decided to help Chen was simple. If you owe 1,000,000 and don't pay, you will be killed. If you owe 100,000,000, you are respected. But if you owe 1,000,000,000 or more, you are revered as an ancestor. Also with Chen, in the Daxia Empire, no one will tolerate the owner of a forbidden insect. Such a person will be killed immediately. But if he gains great power, the empire will simply look after him, only limiting him. Yuan Shan, meanwhile, did not give up and tried to resist Chen's swarm, declaring that he still had something to surprise. The old man threw away his face and used all his power, managing to break out of Xuanji's technique and immediately attack Chen. However, this time even Lingqiu intervened, who had previously said that he only came to watch the show. Lingqiu said that everything was already over for Yuan Shan, and if he dared to move even a step, he would immediately cut off his head. After this, Chen again used the fell insect self-destruction technique against Yuan Shan. Yuan Shan was disappointed and recalled that he risked his life for the sake of the country. He destroyed monsters, suppressed uprisings, killed followers of the ancient god, and, among other things, he is one of the pillars on which Daxia rests. He couldn't believe that the young man was ready to kill him right now, but Chen didn't even think about stopping. Yuan Shan began to beg for mercy, admitting guilt and promising to compensate for everything, declaring that the entire Xiao family was ready to give Chen anything for his life. He also appealed to Xuanji for salvation, promising to serve on the front lines in the dungeons if necessary. Xuanji no longer stood aside and recalled that Yuan Shan, as a major general of Jiangnan province, had unleashed massive corruption and abused power. Taking into account his recognition and merits, Xuanji announced that he would confiscate all of his property. In addition, a curse will be placed on him, and he himself will go to the front line in the dungeon, where he will spend the rest of his life. Yuan Shan had no choice but to accept this, after which Xuanji placed a curse on him that would cause him to explode and die if he tried to escape. At this time, Xuanji asked Chen if he was happy with the decision, but the young man was more surprised by how he instantly appeared behind him. However, Chen replied that he was pleased and fully agreed with the decision, and Xuanji noted his exceptional talent and wished him good luck. However, not all was well. The poison Chen had previously released was still spreading and could poison the land. Xuanji did not see a problem with this. He snapped his fingers and instantly purified all the poison. After that, he called on everyone to remember, those who serve Daxia are the country's friends, and those who go against it are its enemies, and Yuan Shan is a prime example of this. He wanted to say a few words about Cheng, but Hunian interrupted him, assuring everyone that the young man would not harm anyone, and he himself was ready to vouch for him. Tang Wanchuan also expressed his willingness to vouch for the young man on behalf of the Tang clan, and was joined by the Jiangnan army and the organization of martial artists. Sandao noticed that everyone was literally fighting for the young man, and asked her father to also offer something, and he could not refuse his daughter. Yao was amazed that first the god of martial arts himself stood up for Chen, and then Elder Mu and other masters. Kadian noted that, most likely, Chen foresaw such an outcome, and therefore specifically attacked Yuan Shan, because everyone present knew about the dark affairs of the Xiao family. Yao added that the young man was really brave. He not only attacked Yuan Shan, but also revealed his secret about the insect disaster. And this was the right decision. Kaitian and Yao turned out to be right. This is exactly the ending of the situation that Chen sought, because if he were to go out into the world, then on a grand scale. Xuanji said that he supported the young man, but his insect should serve solely for the benefit of Daxia. In addition, in 10 days, there will be a great celebration of the Daxia Empire, and he wants to announce a small reward at the Pride of Heaven tournament. The winner will receive everything they need for development. However, Chen was prohibited from using his insect in the tournament, and the young man could not understand whether it was because of the participation of Xuanji's grandson, Wu Shuang. Chen did not understand Xuanji's motives, and this worried him, but he did not consider it a disaster. He could receive a new related insect for completing quests. Meanwhile, Xuanji wanted to personally see Chen's potential without using the feel, and decided to do one more thing before leaving. He opened a portal from which the famous Huan Yue appeared, who at first glance did not at all resemble one of the strongest Daxia warriors. The girl was unhappy that she was called so suddenly, especially since there were already a lot of martial artists around. However, Xuanji explained that all that was required of her was to erase the memories of corruption from everyone below the rank of king, and then she would be able to rest for at least a whole year. At first she agreed without objection, but when she saw Gan, she said that there was too much fuss with him and let someone else take care of him. Xuanji replied that then she could erase the memories of the others, and he himself would come up with something about Gan, after which the girl used her memory replacement technique. After this, everyone who came under the influence of her magic began to think that they were Zhuang Tzu, who was dreaming that he had become a butterfly, and vice versa, after which they fell into a short sleep. Yao didn't understand why all this was needed, and Keichin explained that this was how they protected Chen and the country, because no one else should know about the appearance of corruption. In addition to the well-known 8 forbidden zones, there are much more terrible places. First of all, 3 great caves, from the black darkness of which the hungry eyes of monsters look at them. Secondly, this is a vile defilement on the body of a great country, the church of an ancient god, which they were never able to completely destroy. And that is why Yao did not understand why she should seal Chen's memory. Huan Yue explained that this is not a seal, but a strengthening of the soul, which will protect him from magic at a distance. For example, from a powerful curse, because he still has weak soul foundations. However, in reality, her ability had no effect on him, and all this time Chen was simply pretending to be asleep. This really angered her, and she even wanted to hit the young man or do something else to him. At that moment, Chen felt a powerful wave of spiritual energy that put everyone around him to sleep. But the tree of all things reflected it, and he decided to continue to pretend. Meanwhile, the little one did not stop crying, remembering the loss of the swarm, because after the battle with Yuan Shan, not a single insect survived. However, her mood immediately changed when she realized that she had reached level 30 and would soon be able to give birth to new insects. Suddenly, the girl approached Chen and demanded to wake up, because she had already guessed that he was not sleeping. Chen was scared when she came so close, and without noticing it, he called her sister. After that, all her anger disappeared, and Zhuanzi was surprised that she acted like a child despite being over 800 years old. She then said that she recognized Chen and looked forward to his future successes. She also noted that his soul turned out to be stronger than it seemed, and therefore no strengthening was required. And before leaving, she gave him a ring that protected him from all spiritual attacks and attempts to reveal his abilities. After this, the girl announced that she was going back to sleep and asked Chen to visit her in his dreams. Chen was surprised that just by calling her sister, he became a little brother to her, and Yao wondered if this would work for her too. Zhuanzi reminded Chen that the tournament would begin in 10 days, and if he won without the insect, he would prove himself worthy of the Empire's attention. Meanwhile, they were already trying to marry Chen to 3 girls, Ying, Hankyu, and Sandao, which made him confused. Yao asked Kadian if she had a chance to marry Chen, but he replied that there was no chance because she was old enough to be his grandmother. With the camp and all the excitement over, Chen could finally relax and focus on breeding the swarm and awakening the class for the second time. He activated growth acceleration, and soon his swarm should have been replenished by 5,000 insects. He then began his second awakening, which involved clearing the sky tower, defeating the 50th floor boss, and mastering his sword. Chen decided to sell a lot of equipment worth several billions in order to buy the blood of monsters, speed up the reproduction of the swarm, and go to the magic city in the morning. At the same time, the tree of all things dropped another fruit, the Eye of the Void, which allows you to see hidden things, collect information, mark skills, and ignore disguises. The skill works within a radius of 10 kilometers and consumes mental energy, so Chen decided not to hesitate and immediately chose the first target. At that moment, Ying passed by. He learned that the girl was angry because of the engagement that her grandfather had arranged without her knowledge, and also did not know how to approach her goal. But what surprised him most was that she was going to write him a letter. Chen got scared and decided to pretend that he didn't see anything and get a good night's sleep so that he would be in shape in the tower tomorrow. The next day, Chen arrived in the magic city, namely the Sky Tower. On the record board up to the 40th floor, there was only one name, Ji Xuanyue, and her speed of passing was amazing. Zhuan Yu was the second most powerful genius of the Daxia Empire, even stronger than Wu Shuang, and Chen was pleasantly surprised to see that she was also in the tower. It was Chen's turn to enter the Sky Tower, and he was ready to show his best performance. The peculiarity of the tower was that from the first floor the strength of the monsters was adjusted to the level of the participant. Using the Eye of the Void, Chen found out that his opponents were level 40 fallen elves with more than 700,000 health points. The skills Elven Arrow, Illusion, and Poison Cloud, and their power was 42 stars. So he understood why even Zhuan could only go to the 40th floor. But for him, these monsters were not a problem, but just food for the swarm. The first place among the young masters of the Daxia Empire was occupied by a certain Yingzhan. He was truly so strong that he could defeat Wushuang and Xuanyue at the same time without much effort. However, one day everything changed when he was informed about Kadian's new student Chen, a master of divine-level spiritual cultivation. John thought that they were joking on him, because what did he care about a master with a creative class? But then he was told that the young man killed Beehan and survived the battle with his grandfather. Hearing this, Jean became seriously interested in Chen and even wanted to meet him in person. In addition, he learned about the forbidden insect and Caitian's techniques, which aroused his interest even more. However, he was disappointed that the young man was prohibited from using corruption during the tournament, because then the competition would have been much more interesting. At the same time, Xuanyue trained hard. Her specialty was long-range attack, archery. In addition to long-range combat, she also paid attention to close-range combat. So many believed that she was preparing to defeat Wushuang. Meanwhile, the supreme commander of the battle zone of the demon capital, Ji Huning, came to see his daughter's success. Xuanyu was happy to meet her father and boasted that she had made some progress in her training today. However, her father did not understand why she should torture herself like that, because it was better to live a quiet life. Although in his youth he himself tortured himself with training in the same way, and it bore fruit. In between, he brought her a report on the strongest young talents and asked her to pay attention to Chen. The girl was surprised when she first heard about him, and wondered if he could really be stronger than even Zhang. Huning noted that the young man had really caused a stir, because even Ling Qiu, Xuan Yui's great-great-grandfather, had sent a message asking him to be especially attentive to him. After this, Xuan Yu decided to go to the Heavenly Tower, believing that if she could clear the 50th floor, her chances of winning would increase significantly. At that moment, she was informed that Chen had broken her record for completing the first 10 floors. She completed it in 1 minute and 12 seconds, and thought that he had beaten her by 1 or 2 seconds. However, she was stunned to learn that Chen completed it in just 37 seconds. Moreover, at the same moment, he broke her record for conquering the 20th floor. This made Zhuan Yu mad, and she was looking forward to going to the tower again. The rewards for completing the tower did not surprise Chen, but the most interesting was a fragment of the treasure map of the god Julu. By collecting 16 of these, you can unlock the secret kingdom. Meanwhile, the news that Chen had broken Xuan Yu's record spread throughout the world. But since many idolized Xuan Yue and sought to earn her attention, Chen's appearance only caused a wave of hatred towards him. And while Chen continued to set records, Sandao and Hanqiu decided to team up to protect his reputation on the internet. Meanwhile, Xuanyu had already arrived at the tower and intended to regain her primacy among the masters who had passed the Second Awakening. She stated that the last time she passed the tower right after the Second Awakening, so she was much weaker then than now. Now she wanted to show the best version of herself. With improved equipment and careful preparation, she was going to regain her position in the rankings. But even despite loud statements, she failed to break Chen's record. Zhuan Yue cleared 10 floors in only 59 seconds. She decided that the problem was in Chen's class, because there are many low-level monsters on the first floors, and as a shooter she is at a disadvantage compared to close combat, so she decided to go straight to the 40th floor. However, even after moving to the 40th floor, Zhuan Yu was unable to show anything outstanding. However, she set a personal record for conquering the 50th floor. 5 minutes and 29 seconds, which is twice as long as her time for clearing the 40th floor. And while Zhuan Yu was trying hard to conquer 50 floors, Chen was thinking that he would soon have a second swarm mother. As soon as Zhuan Yu returned from the tower, she expected everyone to applaud her. However, no one was in a hurry to congratulate her. On the contrary, everyone's faces were very gloomy. The reason was that Chen cleared the 50th floor in just 4 minutes and 7 seconds, beating the princess by a full minute. Xuan Yu was furious and wanted to defeat him at any cost, even if she turned into a cake, so she used an enhancement pill that burned away some of her vitality. Chen at this time was expecting a reward for the 50th floor, but was disappointed. Between the epic armor and the boss's sword, he got the armor. Meanwhile, Xuan Yu set a new record for clearing the 50th floor, completing it in just 3 minutes and 7 seconds. And while Xuan Yu fought as if her life depended on it, for Chen the 50th floor was a no-brainer. Meanwhile, Little One was in no hurry to absorb the monster, but Chen asked her to hurry up because the sooner she did this, the sooner he would discover the new mother of the swarm, which disappointed her a little. She was afraid that Chen would pay less attention to her, but he assured her that it would be easier for her, and this pleased the Queen of Fel. At the same time, Hua Yunfei, the second young genius of the Magic City and Xuan Yue's main suitor, beamed with joy, declaring what a loser Chen was, unable to break the princess's record. However, his joy instantly disappeared when it became known that Chen had set a new record for completing the 50th floor in just 2 minutes and 58 seconds. However, Xuan Yu was not going to give up and decided to use another pill to break the record. However, despite dozens of attempts, she failed. Chen was faster every time. Xuan Yu was crying with anger, and at that moment her father Hongning arrived at the tower. He was angry that Chen had made his beloved daughter cry and planned to teach the young man a lesson as soon as he left the tower. At this time, Chen had already completed collecting all the fragments of the treasure map. In addition to the need to go through floors multiple times, it was necessary to meet the minimum time allotted for clearing an awakened class, depending on its rank. Despite this, the young man managed to collect the card of the Divine Emperor Julu, and from its description learned that the Julu clan was one of the most powerful families of antiquity, occupying 53rd place in the list of the strongest. The card allows you to get his weapon, the Tiger Soul Sword, while there are 12 similar cards, each leading to a clan relic, and activating the card opens access to a hidden location without restrictions on the number of participants and their level. After receiving the sword, Chen finally awakened for the second time, received 100 stat points, and the Tree of Everything improved, opening access to a new fruit, the Fruit of Opportunities. In addition, the young man became able to summon a random insect lord. So Chen acquired another insect disaster, the indestructible crimson rhinoceros beetle. This creature lived in the eternal hell, feeding on the emotions of resentment, rebellion, disobedience, and the remnants of the will of divine beings and archdemons, considered extinct since the eternal hell was destroyed during an ancient disaster. Its first trait was asexual reproduction. Every 10 levels, the royal can reproduce between 48 and 108 new bugs. And the second trait allowed the wearer to gain a random skill after each evolution. Evolution is possible every 30 levels, so Chen immediately used the Divine Evolution skill. The new insect turned out to be much calmer than the little one, so Chen named it Jia. Now Chen had another powerful insect, Xiao, who had outstanding talents in the main skill Hell Furnace, allowing him to absorb and process all types of life essence, energy, and much more. The Hell Furnace skill was especially impressive. If Little One could only absorb physical objects, then Jia is able to absorb even intangible objects. Jia noted that if Chen helps him complete the first cycle of evolution, he will soon be able to take away one of his abilities. This will require only 10 drops of divine and demonic blood. However, Chen suggested first going to the swarm nest and meeting his older sister, and he would get blood after leaving the tower. At this time, Guanghai was in a hurry to get to the tower, because despite his apparent carelessness, Hunning was ready to kill anyone for the sake of his daughter. Hearing about this, Caitian also became alarmed, put aside his tea party, and hurried into the portal leading to the Magic City. By that time, Chen had already left the tower, and everyone was eagerly waiting to see what would happen next. Hongning started by speaking rudely to Chen, and even when Xuan Yu asked if he was going too far, the father replied that everything was under control. At that moment, Caitian and Guanghai arrived at the tower, grabbed the young man, and declared that they needed to leave immediately. However, it was too late. Hongning lost his temper and suddenly attacked Chen and the masters standing nearby, demanding compensation for his city, 3 dungeons. Guanghai repelled the attack, replying that he would respond in kind to such impudence, and suggested looking at the ranking of young talents, because now it seems Hongning will have to give up territories. In the end, they managed to escape, but Hongning was not going to forgive everything. He wanted Chen to beg for forgiveness on his knees and then work out his guilt day and night in their family. Her father's harsh reaction made Xuan Yu blush, and she asked her to forget about the incident and return home quickly. However, a surprise awaited them at home. Since Chen needed blood for the younger Jia, he turned to Caitian for help, and that's how they ended up in the Ji family's house. Despite what happened in the tower, Hongning agreed to listen to their request. although only because he could not compete with Kadian. In exchange for 10 drops of divine and demonic blood, they offered the Dragon Abyss. But Hongning replied that this was an unequal exchange and would agree only if Chen entered their family and married Zhuan Yue. Xinghai was dissatisfied with this condition and threatened Hongning that he would tell the Mu and Luo families about this, because they also wanted to marry their daughters to Chen. And the young man himself was surprised that he was really being forced to marry again. Kadian asked Hongning to watch his words, but he did not let up and said that even if Chen does not want to join their clan now, then becoming a father-in-law and son-in-law first is also a good option. Zhuan Yue categorically denied her father's words, saying that she was not going to get married, but Hongning insisted, arguing that now it is fashionable for young people to get married first and then fall in love. However, this only angered the girl more, and not wanting to listen to all this anymore, she left. He invited Chen to stay as their guest so that they could get to know each other better. And the young man did not object, deciding to take advantage of this to get the necessary blood. After all, Xuan Yu didn't like him anyway, and it wasn't difficult for him to spend a couple of days at a party, especially since the reward was worth it. So he managed to get his hands on precious blood, one bottle of which can promote the master to the rank of king. But the price is high. Over time, the body begins to disintegrate. However, when he summoned Jia, he was a little puzzled to notice that he looked gloomy. The reason for this was that Baby did not like him, and she now wants to expel him from the hive. Chen asked if they would really fight for a place in the hive since he had no chance, but Jia replied that he did not fight with females. Meanwhile, Chen showed him what Jia so passionately desired: vials of divine and demonic blood. As soon as Jia tasted the blood, he immediately moved to the next stage of evolution, and the process of extracting the skill immediately began. Now Chen could gain a new skill, and although he wanted the Hell Furnace, he instead acquired the Divine Suppressive Indestructible Crimson Rhinoceros Beetle Body. This skill changed the physique. After use, the human body consisted of 840 billion cells, each of which had the indestructibility of the Crimson Rhinoceros Beetle. The physical strength this skill provided was unimaginable, thanks to which Chen could raise 2 more generations of the Jia Swarm and fight on equal terms with Wu Shuang in close combat. Moreover, Jia could merge with his body, strengthening it, but at the same time he needed food, such as meat. Meanwhile, the cult of the ancient god in Jiangnan province was also not idle. They had heard rumors about Chen, his talent and success, as well as the conflict with Yuan Shan, although most of the information was carefully hidden. Trying to find out more, they sent agents, but they were quickly eliminated, and then the cult decided to stop trying. Instead, they decided to direct their forces to eliminate the 4 leaders of the ranking of the strongest of the Daxia Empire, considering that they had been inactive for too long after Ling Chu killed the lords of the 2nd, 3rd, and 5th thrones. The cult worshipped an ancient god, the Spider Empress, who, in their opinion, did not abandon them, but became a symbol of hope. Supporters tried to persuade her to an alliance, assuring her that they would always be on her side. But she did not trust people. They claimed that their souls belonged to the ancient god and called themselves apostles. However, even with such words, the Empress did not take them seriously. Their main trump card was an offer to help free her brothers by unleashing a wave of monsters in Chujiang during the Pride of Heaven tournament. They wanted to use the emanations from the murders to summon the ancient god, and this finally interested the Spider Empress. The next day, the Ji family's house was noisy. Zhuan Yue had been breaking into Chen's room since the morning. Chen thought she wanted to ask him out, but he was wrong. Zhuan Yu actually came because her father had something planned and asked Chen to come to him. Meanwhile, Hongning was at the Ji family's training ground and, as befits the king of lazy people, he was sunbathing on a sun lounger in the morning. He called the young man to introduce him to 2 masters, the best in the Magic City, with whom he would face at the tournament. He also introduced Yunfei, the only one among them with the hidden class, heroic spirit god pursuer, and wanted to talk about his ability, but Xuan Yue interrupted him. Chen realized that Hongning really treated him like a family member, although he himself did not know that the young man possessed the Eye of the Void and could see everything for himself. Hunning recalled that there were 8 days left before the tournament and offered to strengthen himself during this time. For this, he decided to open the divine treasury of the 9th Li. Yunfei and Zhuan Yue were surprised by Hongning's drastic decision, and Chen realized that he simply wanted to lure him into the clan. The treasure was located inside the 10,000-foot body of a dead ancient god, and their task was to explore it. Despite the fact that 80% of the body had already been studied, closer to the head was still dangerous. On the way, Yunfei asked Hongning why he allowed Chen to go with them, considering him a stranger. But he replied that today he is a stranger, and tomorrow he can become a member of the family. Hongning also asked Chen to keep an eye on Xuanyue after entering, which made Chen surprised and Yunfei and Xuanyue furious. The entrance site was carefully guarded from strangers and enemies. Hongning introduced himself as the patriarch of the Ji clan, explained that the younger generation was with him, and asked permission to enter. As soon as the elder gave permission, the door opened and a huge amount of energy was released into the air. Hunan explained that this release was echoes of the ocean of the soul of an ancient god, and reminded that 20% of the body had not yet been explored, so it was worth sticking to safe routes. They were given teleportation flags that could be used at any time, and the group went to examine the body. Xuanyue said that they are located in the lower part of the leg of the corpse of the ancient god and are walking along the remains of one of his meridians, tens of meters wide. This place was still safe. Only occasionally bloody monsters appeared, killing which not only gave precious experience, but also the body became stronger. Suddenly, just one of these monsters appeared, possessing level 35, as well as the skills Realm of Blood Mist, Blood Explosion, and Blood Steely. Before this, Chen released Jia, but he flew away somewhere instead of fighting the monster, and at the same time Yunfei rushed into battle. He easily defeated the monster and did not miss the opportunity to show off to Chen, saying that he could destroy more than a dozen of them. Yunfei also hoped to attract Xuanyu's attention in this way, but she, on the contrary, was surprised at how much time one monster took him. Meanwhile, they were approaching the area where the heart of the ancient god is located, and where there are already tens of times more monsters. Xuanyue also said that he has as many as 3 hearts. But then Jia contacted Chen and said that Xuanyue was mistaken. There are as many as 4 hearts in the body of this monster, and as long as at least one remains intact, he can be resurrected, and the last one survived. Chen ordered Jia to return immediately, but he had no intention of leaving, but rather wanted to devour the heart. Realizing that the situation was becoming dangerous, Chen told the guys to stop and not go further. Yunfei did not listen to him and asked if he was afraid to go forward just because of a group of bloody monsters. However, Chen did not respond and simply slapped him in the face. No one understood why he did this, and Yunfei, meanwhile, became furious and already wanted to start a fight. His intentions were serious, and he even used his true power. At this moment, Jia returned to Chen, and Yunfei's attack came in handy, so he was able to test the indestructible body. Thanks to this, Chen deflected the blow and suddenly counterattacked, taking advantage of the moment when Yunfei lowered his guard. Xuanyue was furious that Chen suddenly attacked Yunfei and created a mess, demanding an explanation. She asked if he was scared and beat Yunfei to force them to leave this place, but Chen only said that they had better help Yunfei before his condition worsened. After that, the guys agreed with him and tried to use flags for teleportation, but they did not work. Chen was confused as to whether Jia had awakened the ancient god with his presence, and he had sealed them inside his body. One day, Caitian told Chen that beyond the 9 awakenings, the realm of the true gods begins, which means that their enemy is already above the 10th level. This caused Chen to panic, but he tried to pull himself together and thought that perhaps the ancient god only sealed the space and did not attack. This, in turn, meant that he did not yet fully control his powers, and Chen could try to kill him before awakening. Chen and Jia rushed to the 4th heart without saying anything to the others, but they decided not to lag behind and ran after them. However, they soon encountered new bloody monsters, but already level 70 and even 120, which meant that level 150 would soon appear. Chen realized that the situation was critical, called Baby, and ordered her to absorb the monsters and the rest to cover the rear. At that time, he himself tried to break through to the heart, but could not, because the body was quickly recovering. Even so, Chen did not give up and continued to try because there was no other way to get out. As a result, using indestructible body, he still punched a hole in the ancient god's body. He crawled inside and ordered the others to stay put and fight off the monsters. Xuanyu, meanwhile, gave instructions to take positions and hold the flanks. There were too many monsters, but even so the guys did not give up, because their survival depended only on themselves. At this time, the elder informed Hunning that the connection with the children was lost due to a strong energy fluctuation, which had not previously been observed. He added that the ancient god's body itself remains in their dimension, and they still control the entrance in the leg area. It took the Ji family hundreds of years to open even one passage inside the body, and they would not be able to create a new one outside. Meanwhile, Chen continued to fight the monsters, trying to protect both himself and the others. He and Jia headed to the fourth heart to destroy it and weaken the influence of the ancient god. All this time, Chung was watched by the ancient god himself, named Xuan Shu, and with him the wild dragon, who was surprised that someone had found the last heart he had hidden until the new era. Xu noted that the young man does not look like an ordinary person, because the insect, 9 wings of corruption, lives in him. But he replied that they sealed the space, which means he is already considered dead. However, Zhu added that more and more magic is coming from Chen, and if he gets to the heart, he will have to create even more bloody monsters. Moreover, if Chen really destroyed the last heart, then Shu and the wild dragon would disappear, and they were not going to let that happen. Meanwhile, the monsters were getting stronger, so Chen tried to speed up his pace. Jia noted that Chen needed to break through the meridian intersection ahead, then he would almost be there. But as soon as Chen approached the crossroads, he noticed that the monsters began to retreat, and his sea of consciousness faded away, and he did not even feel the tree of everything. The reason for this was the appearance of the wild dragon, and although its strength was running out, it was still enough to kill the young man. As a result, the dragon grabbed Chen in its claws and he could not escape. Chen tried to get out, but he couldn't even resist. His body was enveloped in eternal cold, and his mind was trying to sleep. Jia did not understand what happened to Chen and tried to bring him to his senses, but he could not answer, no matter how hard he tried. At the same time, the ring that Huan Yue had previously given him alerted Chen that he had been attacked by a powerful curse from an unknown entity and activated the defense. The ring launched the Heart of the Star God mechanism, thanks to which he was able to free himself, but the heart itself was destroyed as the curse struck his soul, bypassing the tree. Chen was furious because the monster had just destroyed the ring given by the Great Master, and he vowed revenge. Shu ordered the dragon to use the curse again, because it was unlikely that the young man would survive again. However, the dragon could no longer do this, since the complexity of the curse he created was prohibitive, and his soul had lost too much strength during the years of imprisonment in the body of the ancient god. If he tries again, he will fall into eternal sleep, and now Shu had a choice: save the dragon or devour its power to save his heart. Zhu did not hesitate to make a choice and killed the dragon to save his heart. He wanted to destroy Chen, regardless of whether he could destroy the heart or not, because he needed the essence of the wild dragon. Meanwhile, Chen and Jia finally reached the fourth and final heart. The Jia swarm then began to attack the heart in order to remove the seal as quickly as possible and get out of the monster's body. As a result, the sharp claws of the swarm tore apart the veins feeding the heart, and the seal-blocking teleportation was removed. Chen was overcome by a strange feeling, as if his heart began to beat in unison with the heart of the ancient god, and Jia began to absorb it. The young man felt as if not only the monster's heart was about to stop beating, but his own too. Chen's consciousness seemed to whisper to him that he should go to the head of the ancient god, and his heart rate gradually stabilized. Chen didn't understand what happened, whether it was a sign or a gift from above, but he remembered how Hunning warned. It was too dangerous in the head of the ancient god. Meanwhile, Jia finished his meal, and whatever was left he turned into blood essence that he could take with him. This was good news, and Jia quickly reached level 30 and could now cause a swarm twice in a row. Shu was furious and could not let the young man just leave. Meanwhile, Xuan Yu and the others continued to fight off the bloody monsters, although they had almost no strength left. There were too many monsters, there was no help, and Xuan Yu couldn't believe that everything would end like this. However, at the moment when it seemed that everything had come to an end, hope appeared in the person of Chen. He arrived just in time, albeit late, and used the Star God's blessing to heal the guys. Even though the ring could no longer block magic, its healing function still worked. By that time, Baby had also returned, but her swarm had suffered heavy losses, which made her seem a little depressed. Chen didn't want to waste any more time and stay in the monster's body, so he asked everyone to get ready to escape. He was going to break through a passage in the meridian. He then activated Indestructible Body and began to carve a path through the monster's body. Having opened the passage, Chen ordered everyone to run faster, and Xuan Yu was amazed. Before he needed several blows, but now one was enough. There was little time, so Chen took Xuan Yu in his arms and hurried to the exit before the meridian closed. As a result, the passage was almost delayed, and the remaining monsters were unable to break through behind them. Then the guys were finally able to exhale for the first time in all the time spent inside the body of the ancient god. Xuan Yu showed Chen where the array core was, the closest location connected to the exit. The external protection of the ancient god's body was much stronger than the internal, but even this did not stop Chen. He ordered Jia to start the swarm's reproduction cycle, which Little One was not too happy about. She noted that this was her territory, but Chen assured her that Jia would only use it temporarily. Jia then began to multiply the swarm, and Chen activated growth of all living things and growth acceleration to speed up the process. As a result, as if at the snap of a finger, 300 insects appeared, accumulated in such a short time. Little, meanwhile, tried to eat Jia, and she would have succeeded if Chen had not stopped her in time. Now, having accumulated enough strength, Chen began to try to break through the exit in order to finally get out of the monster's body. Meanwhile, Kadian, Hongning, and Lingqiu were already outside, but the seal of the array closed the entrance to the ancient god's body, and it was almost impossible to get through from the outside. Lingqiu noted that it is easier to break through it from the inside, but the younger generation is not able to do this, so they should prepare for the worst. If there are signs of anomalous activity, they will have to immediately seal the fragment of space and destroy the treasure pavilion. Hongning was dissatisfied because his precious daughter was inside there. Lingqiu understood this. But if the creatures living there burst out of the body of the ancient god, it would be a disaster. Kadian did not remain idle, saying that Lingqiu is a venerable sword god who works for the good of the country and its people, while he is just an old fool whose principle is simple. Whoever touches his disciple must first fight him. He was about to try to break through the seal, but suddenly they felt something strange, as if someone was trying to break through from within. Chen, meanwhile, continued to pierce the body from the inside, and the recoil from his blows was so strong that it could kill someone with the shockwave. The regeneration rate was too high, but even so, the young man did not give up and continued to strike. The wounds healed each time, but suddenly Chen noticed that someone was trying to break through with him from the other side, and that someone was Lingqiu and Kadian, who came to save the guys, after which everyone ran to the exit and were successfully rescued from the ancient god's body. However, all the children got out of the body except Chen, who decided to stay inside, telling Xuanyu to go without him. He used growth of all things to pull it out, after which the cut closed and the young man remained inside. Xuanyu was scared and asked the elders to save Chen because he remained inside. Kaidian and Lingqiu were already ready to launch another joint attack to open the passage for the young man. But suddenly, the ancient god's body changed. Something inside him awakened and took control of his vital forces, making it impossible to break through his defenses. Lingqiu noted that it was useless to try to break through the defenses. Besides, if the emanations of changes began to seep out through their array, they would have to close the passage and say goodbye to Chen forever. Kadian could not accept this, but he could not do anything, because any decision would lead to failure. Chen himself was in no hurry to escape, but wanted to get to the head of the ancient god to find out what awaited him there. Shu was overjoyed, because it seemed that the young man had taken his bait. He wanted to use Chen's body to gain life and be reborn. When Chen reached the head, he came across a huge door with hieroglyphs carved on it, which seemed to be many years old, but there was still a remnant of Master Lingqiu's aura in them. However, this did not stop Chen. He confidently opened the door and walked inside. As soon as he entered, he immediately began to go crazy. He was overcome by the feeling that thousands of voices were talking simultaneously in his head. However, the surprises did not end there. Suddenly, he noticed a strange silhouette in the air. The stranger came down to him and called himself an ancient god named Xuan Shu, saying that the young man could also become an ancient god. Chen did not understand what he was talking about. And then Shu explained that everything is simple. After all, Chen is him, and he is Chen. They will become one. But then Chen, like him, will become a ghost. After which Chen realized that this was all a trick, and used the Earth Sword to repel Shu from himself. Shu was surprised that Chen had such strong martial arts, but he easily destroyed the energy of his sword. He also said that he would have killed the young man long ago if his body were useless, but this is far from the case. After which he summoned a bunch of monsters at least the level of the 6th seal. Chen had no choice but to fight, so he wanted to release his swarm and was ready to face the fight. But the young man did not succeed, as if he had lost contact with them. At that moment, Shu grabbed him. Chen could not move to somehow resist Shu's power, but he did not believe that everything would end like this. At that moment, he noticed a strange fruit appearing on the tree of all things. Without realizing it, the young man found himself in his own sea of consciousness. He was confused. Had Shu really not been able to defeat him? The fruit that the tree of all things gave birth to turned out to be a special fruit that Chen knew nothing about yet. It was only known that it contained a very powerful soul. The fruit was still unripe, and so Chen realized that Shu wanted to take over his body, but instead collided with the tree and became food for the fruit of divinity. Meanwhile, Jia also appeared, but he was not alone. Not only with a swarm, he managed to tame one of the monsters that Chen met in Shu's mind. Chen was surprised because even the sword god Lingqiu himself could not cope with these creatures. However, Jia asked Chen to quickly sit down and get out of here. The monster, also known as the Wild Dragon, was completely under Jia's control. He was a demon from the underworld, and his clan had often used similar ones in the past, as Jia learned from his memory. However, it will not be possible to use such a creature in the real world, but at critical moments it can be used as a trump card. Meanwhile, Chen asked where the 5 demons of eternal hell were, and Jia replied that they had all been eaten. Along the way, Chen heard the voice of a teacher who was trying to break through the entrance to him in order to save him. Shu's soul was turned into the fruit of all things, and the demons of eternal hell were locked and absorbed into the sea of Chen's consciousness, which means that the external shield was about to disappear, and then the Ji family could intervene, preventing the teacher from getting through to the young man. Chen ordered Jia to urgently release the swarm and absorb everything that came out, because perhaps Lingqiu became the god of the sword precisely thanks to the body of the ancient god, and when he goes inside, problems may arise. Nevertheless, the insects were unable to absorb everything, so they placed the remains in the hive, which Baby was not happy about. At the same time, Keishin was still able to cut the body of the ancient god and reopen the passage. Lingyu was surprised. Was the protection really weakening, or maybe completely disappeared? Kadian and Lingqiu were about to go inside, but Chen suddenly jumped out of the cut and said that they needed to leave immediately. Xuanyu was glad that Chen survived and did not even hide her emotions, but he noted that there was no time for that now. Chen said that they all urgently needed to leave here because they had almost no time left. The young man said that if they stayed here, they would soon die. Upon hearing this, Keishin immediately took him with him, and they went home. Xuanyu was at a loss as to whether he really disliked her so much that he ran away from her. However, she thought that he did this on purpose, perhaps so as not to affect her condition before the tournament, doing so out of concern. While Hongning and Xuanyue were discussing theirs, Lingqiu became alarmed by Chen's sharp reaction and decided to check for himself what was happening inside. Entering inside, Lingqiu was surprised because he did not notice a single monster that was here. And most of all, he was interested in how the young man managed to do this, because these monsters were at the level of 9 seals. Lingqiu noted that Chen was clearly not an ordinary youth, but he did not yet know how a swordmaster solved problems, and underestimating the situation could turn against him. On the way, Chen told Kadian that he had completely emptied the treasury of the sword god, which greatly upset him. The young man also wondered if he could defeat Wu Shuang and Xuanyue in the tournament that would take place in 3 days. Keichin noted that there would definitely be no problems with Xuanyue. Wu Shuang had also advanced in the technique of the 8-armed god of war. But it was not him who occupied the first place in the ranking. After all, in first place is the person whose talent is considered the greatest in the last 800 years in the Daxia Empire. Normally, classes don't awaken until age 18, but he began fighting at age 3, and at age 9 he was already recognized as the Emperor's divine sword. At 12, he entered the Forbidden Zone, spent 3 years there, after which he retired to Beijing and began to study the best techniques of the strongest races, ignoring the class system. Chen would also like to learn these techniques, but for this, you need to be a real genius like Zhang, and Kadian does not have the resources to get the techniques of 10,000 clans. Nevertheless, the young man did not despair, and upon returning home, he decided to take stock of his journey. In addition, the tree gave him a new fruit, and Chen wondered if this was due to the fact that the swarm was growing exponentially. The new fruit turned out to be the Thunder Fruit. Its use awakens the Lord of Thunder class and makes it possible to turn into lightning and teleport through an electric field. At the same time, Jia's swarm numbered about 30,000 individuals, and Malyutka already had 12 million of them. Thanks to the characteristics of the Crimson Rhinoceros beetle, Chen's characteristics have doubled, which means that he will be able to perform well in the tournament, even without using the Fel. At this time, an emergency meeting was held in the Qinluo military region, deep in the Qinlong Mountains. The reason was a change in the situation at the upcoming tournament, because this year, in addition to the capital, the Magic City and Jiangnan fielded strong fighters. Wu Shuang and Chen were of particular interest because their total strength could rival even the City of Demons. Previously, Jiangnan was their ally, but now everything has changed, and the participants began to think about uniting in order to knock him out of the tournament. It was decided to hold a vote, and Qinluo, Wuxiang, and Tianfu counties voted to form an alliance against Jiangnan. Guanghai County refused to join the alliance, saying that it had already won the last tournament, which caused a strong reaction. However, even without Guanghai, the remaining county leaders were confident that they could handle Jiangnan. But the problems did not end there, because the cult of the ancient god was already preparing to strike at the tournament. Moreover, they lured one of the participants to their side in order to use him to strike a blow at the pride of the Daxia Empire. In addition, the cult planned to release a wave of monsters once the tournament reached its peak. The day before the start of the tournament, Xinghai gathered all the participants to announce the rules. 8 military regions are participating, that is, about 80 young masters. The tournament is held in 2 stages. The first is a team stage, where participants, divided into groups, will enter a secret kingdom in Qinluo County. And their task is to destroy all rivals, and the 4 counties with the fewest survivors will be eliminated. First of all, the first round tests their ability to work in a group and cooperate, because no matter how strong someone is, there will be no result without coordinated work. They will also not be able to sit out, because if their group stays in one place for too long, they will be struck by lightning, and the area available for battle will narrow every hour. The second round of the tournament takes place in the capital, where individual competitions are held, and the winner will be the one who ends up at the top of the ranking. Usually there are about 30 participants left at the beginning of the tournament. Since everyone knows the rules, it's time to choose a worthy captain for the team. Many wanted none other than Chen to be their captain. However, some voted for Wu Shuang, considering him stronger and more reliable. Chen was also voted for by Li Bing and Wang Ji, whose name is spelled Prince, although Chen himself saw them for the first time. Wu Shuang also voted for Chen, but he did it just for fun. Chen did not want to take on such responsibility, but Xinghai convinced him, saying that if people trusted him, he should not destroy their hopes. In addition, Jiangnan has performed poorly in recent years, and it depends on them whether they can change this and write a new page of history. The next day came the long-awaited day for the start of the tournament in the Qinluo military region, near the entry point to the secret kingdom. Meanwhile, all the district commanders had already gathered in the stands, with Kadian and Hongning next to them. Since there was no commander in the Magic City area, this honorable duty was performed by Hongning. Xuan Yu said so. Meanwhile, the capital military region team, whose general was Feng Zhengguo, arrived at the tournament site. Representatives of Guanghai district, whose general was Yang Jiantian, also arrived. This district was famous for being represented by the current #1 ranking in the Pride of Heaven tournament, the captain of the Guanghai team. Once everyone had gathered, the participants were divided into 8 teams, after which they were transported to the secret kingdom, but only 4 would advance to the next round. Fen immediately asked Chen what his orders would be, because among the 8 military regions there are no weaklings, and to win you need to find a convenient position and destroy the enemies. In this case, Chen had his own plan, although no one but him understood it. The guys asked if he was really going to have a picnic, because what was at stake was survival and victory, not relaxation. Fen reminded Chen that if they stayed too long they would be struck by lightning, but Chen said he was mindful of that, although he didn't mind having some barbecue. At this moment, Wu Shuang seemed to understand Chen's plan and agreed to help him. As a result, not only Chen ate calmly but also Wu Shuang, causing confusion among the rest of the team. However, after a little time the guys also joined, thinking that this was part of some plan. In fact, there was no plan. Chen was just hungry and decided to have a snack. Wu Shuang thought about this, and Chen's tactics reminded him of the ancestral strategy that had only been used once in history. The essence of this strategy was to pretend to be defenseless prey, luring out the enemy, and then fall on him. Wu Shuang stared at Chen, which frightened him, and he asked if something had happened. While Wu Shuang was thinking, he continued to cook the barbecue, the smell of which was simply delicious. While the other teams were scouring for enemies, Chen's team had a picnic, which displeased Caitian, because it reminded him of Yao, who had led her peers along a crooked path since childhood. Zhenguo noted that this reminded him of how the emperor in his youth also stayed in place and waited for lightning. Then 4 teams attacked him at once, and all of them were defeated in a quick fight. He added that after hundreds of years, no one has been able to win a war with 10,000 clans. Perhaps because instead of training, they teach the youth to fry meat. Caitian disagreed with this and said that the youths of the current generation are not that weak, and the capital team may not be able to win easily, to which Zhenguo called them a pathetic bunch of hillbillies. Meanwhile, the joint team of 4 counties set their sights on Jiangnan. When they saw that the team was actually barbecuing instead of fighting, they were extremely surprised. However, they took this as an advantage, and the captain of the Tianfu district, Luo Shun, announced that his group would take over Wushuan. The captain of Qinluo County, Wu Qingning, had to deal with Chen. Dan Lishuan, the captain of Huaxiang County, was given the task of eliminating the rest of the Jiangnan team. Liu Han, the captain of Qinglin County, had to use spatial magic to help the others from a distance. Kei-chen was worried and did not understand Chen's intentions because the enemy was only 500 meters away and they continued to eat barbecue. Meanwhile, the enemies were getting closer and closer, approaching Chen's team at a distance of 100 meters. Their presence had long been felt by the rest of the team, including Chen himself, but they still continued to wait, until one moment. Chen took a bite of the meat, which turned out to be undercooked, and, spitting it out, hit Shun directly. Immediately after this, Wu Shuang stood up and charged at the enemies, exclaiming that Chen's plan had indeed worked. Nevertheless, it was not easy to get close to the opponents because they had prepared in advance and protected themselves with a 3-layer barrier. However, it was not difficult for Wu Shuang to destroy this barrier. The rest of the team were delighted with Chen's so-called plan, although he himself did not imagine that everything would turn out this way. Chen then also entered the fray, assigning Han Qiu and Sandao to protect Bing and Wang Ji. Chen hesitated whether he should intervene, because looking at how Wu Shuang was cutting down enemies one after another, it seemed that there was no need for his help. As a result, everything did not turn out as the fighters of the united team expected. They tried to resort to a backup plan and use space magic, but Chen prevented them from doing so. Qingning, who was supposed to support Han, could not help as she was fighting with Ying. At this time, Fen fought with Lishuan, who turned out to be incredibly strong. In addition to the melee fighters, long-range fighters also went on the attack, and that is why Sandao remained next to Bin to cover her with a shield. Hankyu also did not lag behind and actively fought, destroying one enemy after another. Han tried to help from a distance, but Chen was constantly ahead of him, preventing him from using spatial techniques. In addition, Chen helped other team members by eliminating enemies who came from the rear. The difference in strength was colossal, and even a dozen fighters could not cope with Wu Shuang. Shun began to doubt whether they would really lose so easily, but when it seemed that everything was lost, hope appeared, because their strongest participant entered the battle. Fen failed to stop Lishuan in time, and she managed to activate the lightning smite ability, using water as a conductor of lightning. The fighters realized that they needed to attack her first, but the enemies defended her with all their might. Shun used the power of chaos technique and used the sword that destroys realms technique, weakening Wu Shuang to the point of complete immobility. Fen tried to attack Lishuan but could not even get close to her. Lishuan's strength was terrifying, and she constantly put pressure on opponents. She soon used the forbidden water spell, Sea Dragon Rising, after which several fighters were marked, and a dragon was advancing towards them. At this time, Ying managed to defeat Qingning, but she did not consider it a defeat, because her team was still in the lead. However, no one from the Jiangnan team gave up, and Fen continued to attack Lishuan, hoping to stop her. Wu Shuang began to fly into a rage, anger filling him, but he was restrained by Shun's illusions and could not move. Chen approached the dragon, not understanding why everyone was so worried. It was just a combination of thunder, lightning, and water. These words made the enemies laugh, and Shun mockingly asked if he had lost his mind for deciding to do such a thing. However, at that moment, everything did not go as the opponents expected. The dragons began to bow to Chen. Lishuan was stunned as her spell got out of control and the dragons stopped obeying. The reason was that her water had lost its purity, and with it, Chen received a transmitted lightning charge. Chen then activated the Thunder Master class and used the Sky-Tearing Thunder Sword skill. The situation has changed dramatically, and now the initiative has completely passed to Jiangnan County. Shun ordered an urgent retreat, but Sandao blocked their retreat with her shield. The battle between the two assassins, Ying and Qingning, continued. In addition, Fen, the first sword of Jiangnan, continued to fight with Lishuan, who angered him by saying that he was not worthy of such a title. The enemies fell one after another, and they had almost no chance of victory. Han tried to grab Chen to stop him because he was destroying barriers and preventing them from using space magic, but it was in vain. Shun connected his consciousness with Han and promised to give him tips for strikes. This was their last chance. However, Chen had been waiting for this moment in advance, and as soon as they began to act, he struck Han with the Great Sword of Thunder. Wu Shuang, whose anger could be felt a kilometer away, was eager to deal with Shun himself. The surviving fighters of the combined team tried to attack Wu Shuang, but it was useless. However, Chen did not want to leave all the fun to Wu Shuang alone and also joined the battle. But in the meantime, Li Xuan was able to grab Fen and was ready to crush his body. At that moment, Chen saved Fen using the heaven-piercing blade, and Li Xuan didn't even notice how quickly he snatched it from her hands. Then, Shun understood why Chen was moving so quickly, all because of the electric field with a radius of 50 meters. Following this, he ordered Li Xuan to try to knock down this field in any way. She tried to stop Chen using the defense of the Scarlet Water skill, and it worked to some extent. The young man could not cut through the barrier. In addition, the barrier was special. The harder Chen attacked it, the stronger the defense became. But Chen did not believe Li Xuan's words and said that he would check himself to see if the barrier was really strengthened by his blows. After that, he used the barrier-breaking Divine Fist skill and smashed the defense in an instant. He immediately directed an attack on Li Xuan and knocked her out of the battle with a powerful blow. Wu Shuang also sped up, wanting to complete the first round as quickly as possible. Shun tried to stop him by using the Primal Flame technique and the Double Eye technique to confuse Chen and Wu Shuang with illusions, but to no avail. Despite this, Shun did not give up and wanted to take at least one of them with him to the next world. But Wu Shuang cannot be overcome with words and threats. After the failure, Shun was driven face-first into the ground. However, the problems did not end there. The space began to shrink, and along with it the borders of the kingdom. Zhuangji was pleasantly surprised to see that Chen had another class related to lightning control that was no weaker than his hidden class. Ling Qiu also noted that the young man's potential is truly great and makes him one of the candidates for inclusion in the golden list of the empire, like Wu Shuang. At the same time, Shun and Li Xuan also showed themselves worthy, unlike Xuan Yue, who looked confused after being appointed captain. Hongning was beside himself with surprise and asked Keishan why he didn't tell him about Chen's class, but Keishan himself didn't even know about it. Nevertheless, Keishan maintained a calm expression, believing that it would be better so as not to reveal his ignorance. Commanders of other districts were outraged and said that when it comes to dirty tricks, Jiangnan is always ahead, and may even be able to compete with Beijing. But Zhenguo assured them that the Beijing military region was not at all as weak as their pathetic alliance. However, it was not only Jiangnan who had surprises. The Jiantian team also prepared something special. At the same time, the rest of the teams continued the battle, mercilessly destroying their enemies. The captain of Guanghai district was Song Changge, who, as a rule, did not participate in battles, preferring to command from afar. But not everything was so simple. Change turned out to be a spy for the cult of the ancient god and brought allies to the tournament just for him. In the eyes of the girls, he was like an idol, courteous, strong, and modest, as they thought. However, Chang'e dreamed of creating a harem, and winning the tournament was an important step towards his goal. He also wanted to get girls from other teams. At this time, the borders of the kingdom began to shrink again, and Change headed towards the Magic City team to deal with them. At the same time, Zhan from Beijing County set up an ambush at the bridge. Their goal was to destroy all the teams in the tournament so that Daxia would be proud of them this summer. Meanwhile, the counties of Wuxiang, Tianfu, Qinglan, and Qinluo were eliminated, leaving only Beijing, Jiangnan, Magic City, and Guanghai, 10 participants in each team. Having learned this, Zhan changed his plan and instead of waiting, decided to go on the offensive. Meanwhile, Zhuanyu's team began to be indignant. 4 teams were destroyed, and they are still roaming the forest. No one knew that this was actually the work of Jiangnan alone, and not Beijing, and Xuanyue was also deluded. However, after walking a little further, Xuanyu felt someone approaching with murderous intent. Her premonition turned out to be correct. It was the Guanghai County team, and Change was not surprised that they were noticed because Xuanyue possessed the divine class Sun Destroyer and the holy artifact Jiyan. He said that under other circumstances he would have expressed admiration, but now they are rivals in the tournament, fighting for rankings. Xuanyu was not moved by his words, and she immediately attacked with the Flame Meteor technique. The technique turned out to be powerful and pressing, but Change easily intercepted the arrow and stopped the attack. After that, he decided to open his cards a little and admitted that he had 2 divine classes. They had just seen the technique of his first class, Heavenly Star Weaver. His second class was the Divine Shadow of the Great Jushin, with the help of which he created hundreds of his clones. Xuanyu did not expect this. Each of the copies had an anchor point, which meant that at any second he could move to one of the clones, becoming almost elusive. Despite this, Xuan Yu ordered the team not to retreat, to stick together and build a defense around her. Change thought that she had gone crazy and was acting recklessly out of despair. However, Xuan Yu used sun-scorching heaven, causing Golden Crow to rainfire and attacking Chang'e. But it didn't work. The raven was quickly wrapped in a net, and soon he was killed. Although Xuan Yu had recently strengthened this skill, Change dealt with it without difficulty, and she had no time to think. The enemy was already surrounding them. After killing the raven, there was a powerful explosion that even Chen heard, and he rushed to their aid. Chang'e's presence of two divine classes became a real sensation of the tournament. Jiantian stated that neither Wushuang nor Chen, nor even Zhan, could compare to Chang'e, and it looked like Magic City would be eliminated next. The situation was critical. Xuan Yu almost despaired, but her comrades did not give up. Yunfei released the divine spirit of the hero in a rage. Nevertheless, Change covered them with a net that even this spirit could not penetrate. However, Yunfei's fortitude grew with each victim. He burned his essence, receiving energy in return. As a result, he accumulated enough strength, sacrificing himself, and broke through the network, giving the team hope. But Chang'e quickly restored the network in the same place, and Yunfei's death was in vain. He intended to finish off the rest. Xuan Yu was desperate. She wanted to prove herself and impress Chen, but things went differently. Meanwhile, Chen was already approaching the battle site, which was confirmed by the thunder from his bird. He instantly destroyed part of Change's fighters standing on the top of the mountain, and Change himself at first decided that this was punishment for the long stop. Chen urged Xuan Yu not to give up. Even though her bow was burning the source of power, she must hold out a little longer. At this time, he reached Chang'e and attacked him with lightning. Realizing that he couldn't waste a second, he separated from the bird and began to destroy Chang'e's network. Despite the fact that the network was restored after each blow, Chen did not give up, accelerating his attacks, and eventually managed to destroy it. He made it just in time. Xuan Yue could no longer hold the dome with her bow, but Chang'e's strength did not end there. He recognized Chen as strong, but said that he had made a mistake by not taking him seriously. He tried to attack Chen, but he absorbed the blow with the power of Junior Insect Jia. Thanks to this, Chen gained some time, relaxed Chang'e's vigilance, and saved Xuan Yu. However, it didn't end there. At the height of the battle, Zhan also arrived. By that time, the rest of the Jiangnan County fighters had arrived, including Wu Shuang, who challenged Zhan to a fight, leaving Chang'e to Chen. Wu Shuang was full of confidence and faith that he could stand up to Zhan and use the invulnerable body of the god of war. In response, Zhan used his card, Blood Dragon Armor. A battle broke out between the two strongest geniuses, which could be watched forever. Chang'e was also interested in watching them, but his opponent this time was Chen. He considered this fight a gift from fate. He wanted to fight Wu Xuan, Zhang, Xuan Yue, and Chen, calling them an inferior race and promising to use only 30% of his strength. Chen did not understand what race he was talking about. And then Chang'e, having unblocked the source, said that now he would see everything for himself. He revealed his true form, a member of the Azure God clan, one of the 10,000 cursed clans, and used the dungeon sealing technique. Using the power of the clan, he forced Zhang to understand the seriousness of the situation and ordered everyone to urgently activate the self-destruction technique and leave the kingdom. But it was already too late. All the exits were blocked, no one could get in or out. Since the kingdom was artificial, it was impossible to die there just like that. But if the soul was sealed and turned into energy, it would be real death, which is what Change wanted. No one outside understood what was happening. The broadcast was silent, but it soon became clear that the entire young generation had been captured by a member of the Azure God clan. To destroy them, Change used the Thread of 1,000 Souls technique. It destroyed the soul. Zhenguo became enraged and attacked Jiantian, accusing him of treason, but he swore that he knew nothing. Jiantian tried to stop him, saying that even if he killed him now, it would not help the matter. After all, the flower of the kingdom was dying before their eyes. By then, the sword god and martial arts god had arrived, ordering the others not to give in to their emotions, since they were the ones responsible for the peace in Daxia. Xuanji asked Kadian how big Chen's fell swarm was, because if he collected at least 100,000 individuals, he could use the swarm's self-detonation and pierce the matter of the dungeon, creating a passage. But Katian knew nothing about this. Meanwhile, Lingqiu noted that all this looks like a carefully planned action, because it is incredibly difficult for members of the Azure God clan to disguise themselves as ordinary people. Zhuangji understood what Ling Qiu was getting at. Most likely, another provocation was about to happen. But since the caves were under control, they would probably attack the headquarters or even the restricted areas. Their fears turned out to be not in vain. In an instant, a strange pressure appeared, similar to the Forbidden Zone Temple of Bones. Following this, the monarch of the Temple of Bones appeared and began to recite his sutra, wondering why he did not have a human form, why he was different from people, and why the concept of life did not exist for him. He was also familiar with Ling Qiu and Xuanji, and was better known to them as the Diamond Sutra. Ling Qiu did not understand why he got out of his lair and asked the monarch directly about it. The monarch replied that he would soon have an insight, and then tried to destroy the entire remaining young generation of Daxia, who had gathered at the tournament. However, Xuanji ordered in time that no one should listen to the monarch's sutras, otherwise they might die. However, this did not help, and some children still died, and the monarch called it the Ascension. Ling Qiu rushed to attack the monarch, but he created projections. He could only be defeated by destroying them. A real catastrophe began in the Daxia Empire. Columns of black smoke from fires rose everywhere, and Xuanji ordered everyone to urgently return to their posts in the districts to prevent a new tragedy. After that, everyone went to their places, putting their lives on the line, including Zhantian. Meanwhile, Caitian stated that if Chen dies in the dungeon, he will go to the caves and destroy the entire Azure God clan. However, everything suddenly changed. Xuanji and Caitian saw on the projection how Chang'e bowed his head in front of Cheng. Just 5 minutes ago, the situation seemed critical, and there was no talk of Chen's leadership. Chang'e was able to grab everyone with his threads, and neither Zhan, nor Wu Shuang, nor Xuan Yue, nor Sandao and Han Qiu could resist him. Even Chen could not do anything. His body seemed rooted to the ground. The young man did not know what to do because he promised not to use corruption, so he used the Eye of Emptiness. This is how he found out that in front of him was Shu Liangdu, the 19th heir of the Azure God clan, who entered Daxia through a rift in the caves to help the Church of the Ancient God. This gave Chen an idea. Since Liangdu belonged to one of the branches of the clans that worshipped the ancient gods, he must have a plan. To implement it, Chen needed the blood of demons, which Jia completely absorbed, but he was able to extract it from himself. The processed blood had fewer side effects. Previously, having absorbed a drop of demonic blood, Chen could have simply exploded, but now it acted on him like an energy drink. Meanwhile, Chen set up a sound barrier, and Change asked if he was afraid that before he died he would cry and his comrades would hear it. Chang'e was most surprised when Chen called him by his real name and asked how he knew this, trying to remain calm. But Chen did not answer, saying only that he was not supposed to know who he was and how he knew this. After which Change felt powerful pressure and suspected that this was an elder from the Void clan. Coming closer, Chen asked what was special about the Void clan, naming its 19 heirs. This made Change even more horrified. In fact, Chen's plan was to pretend to be an ancient god and influence Chang'e, and he achieved his goal. Soon Liangdu knelt before Cheng, asking for forgiveness and mercy for what he had done. If Chen continues to fight, he will have to resort to the power of disasters, but the best outcome is Liangdu's death. Meanwhile, he continued to convince Lianda that he was an ancient god, and to some extent they had a common ancestry. He also said that by revealing his identity, Liangdu was unlikely to be able to get out of Daxia alive, so he offered to enter Chen's inner world and have Chen himself take him back to the caves. As a result, Liangdu believed him and agreed, thanking him endlessly, but everything changed when he saw a strange monster. In the blink of an eye, Liangdu's body was torn apart and absorbed by Little One, leaving only memories of himself. The others did not understand what had happened. First, Change knelt down and then simply disappeared. Chen once again saved everyone and became a symbol of hope for the others. Meanwhile, the Beijing district members asked Zhang if their plan had changed and if they really wanted to fight him. But he replied that he had just saved them, and if they wanted to fight so much, they should wait for the second round. Besides, since no one else was going to fight, the guys decided to go to the center of the dungeon and have a picnic. After that, they finally exhaled and had fun right in the center of the dungeon. For absorbing Liangdu, Chen was able to raise his level from 39 directly to 48. Meanwhile, he was also able to obtain the Thread of 1,000 Souls, which Little One could not absorb. The thread had the skills Soul Split, Soul Energy Steal, and Soul Embodiment. Although the artifact was defective, Chen could use it as a trump card to absorb soul energy and summon a soul body to fight on his side. Initially, the artifact was defective because it did not recognize Chen as its owner, but as soon as he threw it onto the tree of all things, the thread was saturated with the energy of the divine soul and could soon recognize him. After a short time, the thread of 1,000 souls actually recognized Chen as its master. At the same time, new fruits appeared on the tree, which, although they did not look particularly strong, were still a small but important victory. The green fruit turned out to be a triple experience card that lasted for 3 hours after activation. The blue fruit was a class awakening card and could be used to skip one of the missions required for this stage. Chen got 2 whole blue fruits because he had 2 classes, and having reached level 48, he would soon undergo the third awakening. Meanwhile, the 17th master of the ancient god church, codenamed Mistress, celebrated Liangdu's success, not knowing what really happened. She ordered that all allied coordinators and headquarters in the caves, sea clans, and Forbidden Abyss be informed that they were launching an attack on the Daxia Empire. Since Zhuanzi was guarding the caves, Lingqiu was fighting with the monk, and the Great Dreamer had not yet awakened, they planned to strike the empire, perform a ritual, and by making sacrifices, free the ancient god. Their target was the city of Chujiang, but at that moment it was under the protection of the night guards. Gan noted that all the forces of the empire have been put on alert, and although Chujiang is a small city, it is still worth taking seriously, especially since the defensive system is activated only after half an hour. Gan was also interested in how Chen was doing, because according to the latest news, the Jiangnan team was among the top 3 in the group stage. Suddenly, the cult of the ancient god attacked Chujiang, and Gan did not immediately understand what had happened. Monsters entered the city from all directions, destroying teleportation gates and communication towers. Gan ordered the panic to stop and issued instructions. Fen was tasked with holding the city wall and finding a way to speed up the activation of the defenses. It was up to Xiaoqi to gather all the citizens in the shelters, enlisting the support of those with sound abilities, while Gan himself went into battle. Meanwhile, the guys finally left the kingdom, but were surprised that no one was nearby. A projection of Zhuanzi appeared in front of them, who explained that the forbidden areas, sea tribes, and caves were attacked, and the strongest masters were sent to the front. In addition, there was a report from Jang Chen that Chujiang was being attacked by a wave of monsters. In the southeast, there was an invasion of the Hai clan, where Kadian and Yao were sent. In Chujiang itself, there were only night guards, since the forces could not be divided too much, and the city itself occupied one of the last places on the list of priorities. Chen did not agree with this decision and asked Zhuanzi if the advisors did not think that this could be a trap. Zhuanzi replied that this option had been considered, but no one could say with certainty that Chujiang would be a key target. Chen said that in this case he would go to Chujiang, even if he had to give his life for it, because this was his home. The rest of the guys were ready to go with him. Zhuanzi reminded them that even a king-level master was not always able to survive an invasion of monsters of this magnitude, and they might die. These words scared some of the guys, and they decided not to go, saying that they would only disturb the others. However, the majority still followed Chung, ready to fight. Zhan, as a descendant of the emperor, said that he could not stay away. Wu Shuang said that this would help him advance on the path of cultivation, and Xuan Yue, as the granddaughter of the sword saint, also could not refuse. Zhuanzi was pleasantly surprised by their determination and, without convincing them, decided to send them to Chujiang, recognized 10 of them as the best young talents in the country, and expelled the rest. He also stated that the second round of the tournament would be replaced by a competition for contributions to the defense of Chujiang, and gave everyone bracelets to count the number and strength of monsters killed. Once again, Zhuanzi reminded them that they could die, but it was too late. Most of the guys had already left. Wu Shuang called him an old man, and this gave Zhuanzi an idea. After all, take them to the cave and show his aura of murderous intent so that they learn to respect their elders. Those who remained were upset that they were eliminated from the tournament, but consoled themselves that at least they were safe. Kaidian felt confused. Although the scale of the invasion was definitely one of the strongest, he could not shake the feeling that something was wrong here. Xinghai asked him if he really believed that the attack on Chujiang was just a cover for a larger offensive elsewhere. Kaichen immediately suggested that they wanted to attack Chujiang, but Xinghai replied that this was unlikely, because in addition to the Forbidden Zones, 5 more cities were attacked, all far from the center. At this moment, Xinghai received a message that Zhuanzi had nevertheless sent the guys to Chujiang, despite Kaichen's request not to talk about the monster attack for now, and then hurried after him. However, Xinghai stopped him, saying that Wu Shuang, Zhan, Xuan Yue, and the entire Jiangnan team were already with them, and they had better focus on their task. Kaidian was filled with rage. He was so angry that he rushed to cut the monster that had just appeared. At this time, things were difficult in Chuzheng. There were too many monsters and it was becoming increasingly difficult to deal with them. Despite the number of monsters, Gan did not retreat and fought in close combat. Together with him, Jin, Bulan, Xiaoke, and Feng fought against the monsters, but their strength was clearly not enough. The monsters attacked in waves and seemed to never run out, and some could even chain fighters to the ground. In addition, new monsters appeared, scavenger vultures of the 5th level and 2 demonic monkeys of the 6th level, who decided to attack people instead of the wall. Gan warned that if monsters break through the walls, he will order the detonation of nuclear charges to take the enemies with them. This news inflamed the fighting spirit in the squad. They all wanted only one thing: to kill all the monsters and protect the Empire. However, it was almost impossible to resist the demonic monkey. It was not only huge, but also monstrously strong. Even Gan and Jin could not resist her, despite the support of Bulan, Xiaoke, and Fen. Gan did not believe that he could die without telling the teacher that he had made it to the 4th level and learned the Heavenly Blade. And Jin did not even know whether Chen had won. But suddenly someone cut off the head of the bloodthirsty monster, which, it seemed, was about to kill Gan and Jin. This someone turned out to be Chen, who appeared just at the most critical moment. Gan could not believe what was happening, deciding that it was a hallucination, but Jin assured him that everything was real. It was Chen who saved them, which made him even more amazed because he did not believe that he could withstand such a race. Chen revealed that he owned the disaster insect and had previously fought Yuan Shan himself, which only added to Gan's questions. Gan and Jin could not believe their eyes. Chen in an instant defeated a 6th-level monster, equal in strength to the master of the 6th seal. It was also difficult for the other guys to fight the monsters because it was not just a battle, but a fight for contribution points, important for the final rating. However, not everyone fought for points. Hankyu and Sandao sought to protect Chen's home. Xuanyu also did not intend to lag behind, because despite the failure in the tournament, now she had a second chance to prove herself. Wu Shuang fought for points, but also considered this battle an important step on the path to enlightenment. Jan also did not concede. He would like to fight Chen in the tournament using the sacrificial sword of the first emperor technique, but used it against monsters. Chen himself was also not idle. He boldly rushed into battle, destroying as many monsters as possible. The mistress was stunned to see Chen, because she was sure that Liangdu had killed them all. But she was even more struck by a swarm of field insects, which is why she decided to go to the faults near the river and send the rest of her minions to the Spider Empress. Meanwhile, the clearing of monsters was going well. Baby tirelessly absorbed one after another. Thanks to the double experience cards, Chen had already reached level 57, and with 3 remaining cards to complete the class change quests, he could complete the 3rd awakening today. At the same time, many restless souls appeared, but Jia did not absorb them, since Chen promised to give them a royal feast. However, Chen explained that the tree of all things cannot bear fruit without souls, so they are very useful now, and Jia must act as secretly as possible. At the same time, the ranking of the contribution points of the Daxia Empire was updated. Xuanzi, Lingqiu, and Huan Yuye took the first places. Caitian was in 28th place, Chen was in 296th, Zhan was in 401st, and Wu Shuang was in 468th. Xiaoke, meanwhile, reported to Gan that the defensive system had been restored, but he was more worried about whether Chen had gone too deep into the enemy ranks. He also noted that thanks to this Gyun, Chen will easily move on to the 3rd awakening, but reminded that missions against him are a complete nightmare, because he himself spent 4 years on them. The 3rd, 6th, and 9th awakenings are the most difficult. These are the real milestones in the development of a professional, and many do not have a lifetime to go all the way, but the new generation is very different from the previous one. Gan noted that Wu Shuang and Xuan Yue had already passed the 3rd awakening and might be close to the 4th, and at this moment, a huge tree suddenly appeared on the battlefield. This caused everyone's amazement and the question, how was Chen able to begin the evolution of the class without completing all the missions? Did he really have an artifact capable of this? But there was also a problem. Because of this, he could be drawn into Qiyuan space. After this, everyone rushed to protect Chen's Dharma so that he could successfully upgrade his class. At the same time, Zhan came across a yin-yang monster capable of creating portals, for example into the abyss. but it is enough to kill only one of them for the portal to disappear. John was about to cut off his head using the forbidden scrolls, but suddenly felt murderous intent. The spider empress suddenly appeared from the portal, whose presence caused John great shock. The empress was a level 8 monster that had eluded Lingqiu more than once, and her strength was so great that even John's forbidden scrolls could not harm her. John found himself in a difficult position. He needed to not only escape from the empress, but also inform others about her appearance. He ran away, but the empress was not going to let him go and eventually caught him. However, Jean decided to escape at any cost, cut off the hand that the monster grabbed, and escaped using blood mist flash. Meanwhile, the empress decided to start with Chen, because he was in the awakening stage, and his consciousness resides in the Qiwan realm, so there would be no better chance to kill her. At this time, Kaitian and Xinghai continued to repel the attacks of the High Sea clan. At the same time, they received good news. The 9 wings of Fel were devouring the monsters attacking the city, and Chen himself entered the top 300 Daxia warriors. However, at that very moment, the great sign of Tanyuan appeared in the sky, and even the masters were surprised by this. The Tanyuan omen was created many years ago by Emperor Daxia, and only manifested itself when an enemy of rank 8 or above awakened. This enemy turned out to be the Spider Empress, who appeared precisely in Chujiang, and since the situation became critical, Kaichen asked Xinghai to go there. However, the troubles did not end with the Spider Empress alone. Following her, Tuyan, the leader of the Primordial Demons clan, who has the 9th rank, entered the world. Tuyang stated that the clans would soon unite and oppose Daxia, but Zhuanzi reminded him how he had already defeated him once. A battle began between the 2 strongest warriors, on which the fate of their races depended. At the same moment, Zhuanzi noticed the Tanyuan omen and ordered a detachment of Daxia warriors to head to Chujiang. But Tuyang responded by sending an army of demons. Zhuanzi was furious and could not allow defeat, because then the Daxia Empire could fall. As a result, Zhuanzi fought Tuyang, Lingqiu went into the Forbidden Zone to fetch the monk, and the Spider Empress attacked Chujiang. By this time, Zhan had finally reached the guys and told them that the Spider Empress had infiltrated the city. Zhang himself barely managed to escape in time to warn the others. Gan noted that it was impossible to interrupt Chen, because he was now wandering in the palaces of the mind, and this process could not be stopped. In the meantime, they had to hold out, and a defensive system would help with this, giving them strength and allowing them to hold out longer. But they could not cope with this creature, so they had to retreat. Some decided to leave, but Henkyu, Zhuanyu, and Sandao declared that they would die for their mentor and would do everything to save him. The guys were not afraid of death, but they were afraid of dying in vain without protecting Chen. Meanwhile, Chen was wandering in Qiyuan space, and after using the mission card, he did not expect that he would immediately be pulled into the subconscious space. Chen understood that if he refused to awaken, he would have to complete all the tasks again, and glowing balls with class descriptions were circling around him. He used the quest pass card to change classes to take the 3rd shift to the Thunderlord, after which the search for options began. Thousands of balls began to disappear, leaving only those associated with thunder. As a result, out of thousands of balls, only 9 remained, and Chen finally replaced his unique class Thunderlord. The young man mastered the new divine class, God of Thunder, and with it received the skill Thunder Punishment, Eye of God, capable of fixing a target and inflicting a mental blow. He also received Thunder Sorrow, a massive attack over an area of 300 by 300 meters, and Thor's Thunder Realm, a field of eternal thunder with a radius of 100 meters that reduces the characteristics of enemies. After this, Chen used the card again to replace his first-class Astral Cultivation Master with the divine class Lord of the Primordial. He also discovered a new skill, the greatest path to simplicity. When learning new techniques, it is possible to activate a simplified mode, which allows you to immediately increase the skill by a level. And another new skill was Evolution and Reproduction, an improved version of everything that exists, speeding up processes by 50 to 200 times and increasing the number of individuals by 2 to 10 times. However, Chen was even more surprised when an unknown girl appeared in front of him, calling him Master and introducing herself as Xiao Chan. Meanwhile, the spiders continued to take over Chujiang County, outnumbering even the Fel Swarm. By that time, Chen had already completed his awakening and class changes, ready to engage in battle against the Empress. Returning to reality, Chen used the growth of all things skill to pull the others away from the Empress and ordered them to retreat behind the city walls. The young man himself decided to fight the monster alone, despite the fact that the Empress was of the 8th rank. This only made the Empress laugh, and she did not take his intentions seriously. She was sure that Chen would not even be able to touch her, because even Lingqiu could not kill her. Chen knew that it would be difficult to defeat her alone, so he decided to use a drop of the primordial god. Afterwards, he absorbed a drop of blood and activated the divine body strengthening technique to survive. His appearance immediately changed. He looked like Zhan, and the aura of the 7th rank emanated from him. Chen was filled with adrenaline, but he was able to withstand the strength of the 7th rank and rushed to attack. The Empress was not idle and tried to stop him with her web. However, Chen easily dodged the attack, which surprised the Empress because even with her gift of foresight, he remained elusive. While evading, Chen immediately used the Thor's Thunder Rain skill. Chaos began around, and the sky lit up with bright purple thunder, burning out your eyes. Chen then used Thunder Punish, Eye of God, and launched a mental attack which the Empress tried to defend against. He also tried to attack her physically, but she easily blocked all his blows. Although the soul of monsters is weaker, their body can be considered a weapon, so the battle was a hybrid. Despite her foresight, Chen continued to evade and even counterattacked using 8 blood nets. The Empress blocked his fields with a network of blood and was able to pinpoint his location. Thanks to this, she reached Chen, believing that she would now deal with him. But in fact, it was not he who was locked with her, but her with him. And Chen cut off her legs with a powerful blow. The others were shocked. Had Chen really been hiding his strength all this time? However, he began to have difficulties. The Empress's body was too strong, and her form was gradually disintegrating. Therefore, Chen had only one chance left to deliver a powerful finishing blow after angering the monster. He succeeded. The Empress was furious at his words that she was not an empress, but a weakling. The pressure from her became monstrous. She showed her true body, but Chen continued to resist. He ended up knocking her down by once again using Thor's Thunder Rain, so powerful that even she couldn't suppress it. After this, Chen decided to end the battle with the final attack, Criminal Lightning. So the Empress was defeated by a young master of the Third Awakening named Chen, which was incredible because even Lingqiu could not defeat her. With her last breath, she begged for mercy, promising not to attack again. But Chen didn't believe her and simply waited for lightning punishment to finish what it started. As soon as the drop of blood wore off, Chen returned to his normal appearance. But new problems immediately arose. If it weren't for Xiao Chan's ability to foresight, Chen would not have been able to defeat the Empress so easily. Xiao Chan was the original time insect, capable of seeing into the future. 3 seconds equaled 10 individuals, and the more there were, the longer the foresight lasted, up to 10 years. Then Chen decided to rest a little and recreated the kingdom, which caused even greater surprise because he had just undergone his third awakening. Jan at this time was disappointed with himself, watching as Chen fought with an 8th rank monster, while he himself lay at her feet, and only thanks to the healing artifact he remained alive. But he was not going to give up. At the same time, the altar for summoning the ancient god was activated in the Chujiang dungeon. The ancient god was outraged to learn that corruption was fighting on the side of humanity, and warned that if Xuanzi continued to cover its master, he would become the enemy of all races. And even though the mistress attracted the Spider Empress to their side, this played into their hands, because the ancient god decided to fill her with his power. For a short period of time, he gave Mistress the 9th rank and ordered to destroy the swarm of corruption, its mother, and also get rid of Chen. 10 minutes later, the rank-up process was completed, and Mistress went into battle with the Fel. Meanwhile, fierce battles continued in the caves of the 10,000 clans, and the advantage was on Xuanji's side. However, at this moment, there was a warning that a rank 9 monster had infiltrated Chujiang. Xuanji wanted to go to the rescue, but he understood that then Tuyang would have freedom of action and attack other cities. Therefore, he decided not only to continue the battle with Tuyan and his army of demons, but also to transfer the war to their territory by attacking their cities. Tuyang was extremely surprised by this decision and asked Xuanji if he was afraid that everyone else would turn against him. But Xuanji did not retreat and declared that he was not afraid of anything because his actions were justified. Whoever comes to them with a sword will die by the sword. The mistress of the 7th throne of the Church of the Ancient Gods, was already over Chujiang at that time, right in front of the battle site. She instantly dispelled the kingdom of Chen and his lightning punch, thereby saving the empress. The rank 9 master's aura was so powerful that even Chen with all his skills could not move. Her strength was so great that she could easily cope with a whole swarm of corruption. Moreover, she easily grabbed Chen and was going to kill him just like hundreds of his insects. The situation was critical. No one could help, because everyone was suppressed by the aura of the 9th rank. At that moment, Chen summoned Jia and ordered him to release the dragon to engage in battle with the mistress. Since the dragon was also rank 9, its chances of defeating the mistress were much higher. Lover tried to use the ancient god scripture skill to defend against the dragon's attack, but was unsuccessful. However, there was one caveat. The dragon was a monster from the dungeon, and if it stayed in the ordinary world for a long time, it would be destroyed by heaven's punishment. At this moment, Yao and Commander Shen Tufei arrived to help Chen and the others. Yao pierced the mistress with her sword, and she began to beg for mercy, promising to reveal all the secrets in exchange for her life. She said that in the catacombs near Chuzheng there is an altar, and while the massacre is going on the surface, the souls, flesh and blood of the dead monsters are absorbed by the body of the ancient demon. Chen asked her if their whole goal was simply to awaken the demon and devour the Daxia Empire. She swore that she knew nothing more, but at that very moment her life ended. While the mistress was being absorbed by Jia, the Spider Empress decided to use the moment to escape, but was noticed in time. As a result, she became a tasty morsel for Baby, and for each fragment of her flesh eaten, she received 1,000,000 experience. Meanwhile, Tanyuan's spell was still in effect, which meant that attacks on the Empire continued. Suddenly, something strange began to happen to Chen's body. It seemed to be burning from the inside. Chen was in critical condition due to severe exhaustion, and he could only be saved in the hospital at the main military base in Jiangnan, where the best healers worked. While Yao and her squad went to close the rift near Chuzheng, Shaoqi tried to heal Chen at least a little, and at that time, Gan tried to summon corruption. At this moment, Little One returned to Chen and transported him and Gan to the hospital. The others were inspired by how much Chen had given up for victory and went to finish off the remaining monsters. Meanwhile, Yao reached the underground altar and furiously destroyed everything in her path. Her anger was indescribable, and the only thing she wanted was to kill the ancient demon. In the end, they managed to stop the demon, although in fact he himself decided to escape, promising to return. Yao wanted to catch up with him, but Two-Face stopped her, saying that with their strength level they would not be able to inflict serious damage on him, and that Huan Yue had most likely already woken up and would seal the rift. A week has passed since the attack of the ancient god cult, and Chen spent all this time in the hospital. He finally regained consciousness, and Baby was already ready to reproduce the swarm. However, Chen decided not to rush yet, because the swarm was becoming larger and larger, and there was no longer enough space to contain it. In addition, Jia was also ready to reproduce, but he also did not have enough space. Therefore, Chen offered to give Jia the baby hive, but the younger one was confused, because it turned out that he was carrying his older sister to term. Meanwhile, Chen finally had time to familiarize himself with Xiao Chan's abilities and realized that she was on the same level as the Tree of All Things. However, he still did not understand why her talent was hidden under a question mark. He could only find out from her herself, so he decided to call her and ask a few questions. Xiao Chan's appearance was peculiar, but Chen still asked how she was able to obtain a human form without undergoing evolution and the full impact of the growth of all things. Xiao Chan explained that growth of all things requires time for everyone, but she is different because time is her ally. However, she still needs to undergo evolution to unlock the talent. Using the Accelerate Evolution skill, Chen learned that this would require one of 10 drops of Guanyin water, a sacrifice to the River of Time, 3 time shards, or a magic weapon with at least level 4 time attribute. As soon as he came to his senses, one of the hospital workers approached him and called him Major, which greatly surprised Chen. While Chen was unconscious, 10 young geniuses at the top of Tianzuo's list were promoted. The woman also asked where the water from the capsule went, because it was a concentrate of soul and life delivered by a special flight from the capital. But Chen said that he drank it out of thirst, although in fact it was absorbed by Jia. Meanwhile, Kadian and Xinghai came to him, who rejoiced at his restoration. However, Xinghai was unhappy that Chen drank the concentrate, because 10 barrels cost 200,000 contribution points, and suggested deducting this from the young man's balance. Keishan noted that thanks to Chen, the disaster with the ancient demon was averted, so they should be grateful to him. Chen asked if it was possible to buy 10 drops of Guanyin water with contribution points, but it turned out that they were extremely rare and unavailable. He also wanted to acquire a grade 4 magic weapon, but it was impossible. But Keishan suggested that Xinghai might be able to get the time shard. Xinghai explained that time shards appear when ancient ruins are destroyed, and there are only 2 left in their country, each worth 150,000 points. Chen said that he would take both, and asked where to find another one, but it was impossible to forcefully destroy the ruins, since they are outside of time and space. Then Xinghai advised Chen to discuss this issue with Huan Yue, who was just sealing the rift in Chuzheng and would return soon. After this, Chen was discharged from the hospital. He returned home and began to think about future plans. A new reproduction of the swarm, the fruits of the tree of all things, and a meeting with Huan Yue. First, Chen improved the crimson rhinoceros beetle, and it received the Spear of Hades skill, a powerful attack that projects hellish emanations into reality. He also received a special blue fruit, which allowed him to expand the hive's capacity to 10 billion individuals. After this, Chen initiated a new breeding of the swarm, significantly increasing his power. In addition to the blue fruit, he had another one, saturated with souls collected by Jia during the battle. From this colored fruit, Chen obtained the deity, god of the Julyu tribe, necessary to become a seal master. As soon as he began merging with the god of the Julyu tribe, he received a new divine class, Heavenly God of War. In addition, he acquired the divine skills, Invincible Divine Fist, War God Transformation, and Imperial Army Formation. Now Chen has become even stronger, already possessing 3 divine classes. The reproduction of the swarm was also completed. Now there were 800 million filth and 6 million rhinoceros beetles. In just a few minutes, he multiplied his strength, received a new class and skills, and reached level 66 of the Third Awakening. At this time, Xinghai and Kaidian came to him, and with them was Huan Yue, whom they asked Chen to take around the city. Huan Yue agreed to stay with him and let the others go on business. The first thing she noticed was that a wonderful aroma emanated from the young man, the aura of a deity, and she was surprised. She asked if he had already become a god, but Chen said that it was just the remnants of the ancient god's blood aura, without revealing the truth about the deity's absorption. Then she said that there were no more fragments of time in their country, but there was another place where they could try their luck. Huan Yue told about 3 overseas islands in the southeast of the Daxia Empire, where the relic was once located. This relic merged with real space, after which 3 islands were formed, Penglai, Fangzhang, and Yingzhou. She also said that 500 years ago, the master of the 9th seal appeared, the emperor of their country, and later another one, the Lord of Fire, with whom the emperor had disagreements. The Lord of Fire left the country with his followers and settled on these islands, declaring them his kingdom, and took the fragments of time with him. Although 9th seal masters can live for 300 years or longer, attacking a Fire Lord for time shards is an absurd idea. Huan Yue noted that although relations are tense, younger generations used to continue to communicate until 500 years ago when their country banned the islanders from entering and closed the borders. And the reason for this was that for 400 years they constantly lost competitions and were beaten without a chance, so they felt ashamed and decided to refuse to participate. However, with the appearance of Chen and other young geniuses this year, they may finally have at least a small chance of winning and obtaining a piece of time. Before leaving, Huan Yue warned Chen not to appear on the street unnecessarily, since several serious assassins from the kingdoms of Sakura, Shiva, and even the Vatican Knights had taken a contract to eliminate him. A few days later, the award ceremony took place, and on the calendar it was August 13th, 793, the era of the formation of classes. Yao was interested to find out from Gan whether he was really going to temporarily leave the service and retire for training, and he confirmed that he had already made his final decision. He was followed by other members of the Night Guardians, who also decided to focus on improving their skills. Wu Shuang and Zhang were also planning to go to the underground caves to strengthen themselves and accumulate more contribution points. Meanwhile, Xinghai announced the beginning of the ceremony, after joking that he was going to talk about the political situation in the country, but immediately moved on to the ceremonial part. He asked everyone to greet the commander of the Night Guardians, one of the 3 pillars of the Daxia Empire, the great dreamer, Huan Yue. Huan Yue did not appear alone. Chen also came with her. He looked impressive and beautiful. His appearance caused surprise, envy, and even anger, and at the same time received a new nickname, Demon of the Swarm. Huan Yue officially announced that Chen was given the title of Swarm Lord. In addition, he was given the title of King of the Seas, which meant recognition of his power on the islands, but at the same time he did not receive any of the districts under his control. Instead, Chen will wander the country, holding the threads of life and death in his hands, despite the fact that he has just turned 18 years old. Hunan became even more interested in him, suggesting that perhaps the elders decided to establish contact with the islanders, giving the young man the title King of the Seas. In fact, Chen was entrusted with the management of the three islands, and he asked Caden's opinion, but he only said that he was too lazy to delve into politics. Chen also received a symbol of his power, and perhaps it was he who would be able to return the islands to the empire. Suddenly, an unknown young man appeared at the ceremony, introducing himself as Satsugen, declaring that he had arrived from the country of Sakura on behalf of Yaki no Okami to congratulate Chen. The aura of the third seal emanated from him, although his level was at the peak of the fifth, and Hunan admitted that Sakura had real talent. At that moment, Huan Yue flared up and said that the young man would pay with his life for disrupting the ceremony. However, Chen asked to be allowed to deal with this himself, saying that she should not waste her energy on such a trifle. Satsugen issued a celebratory challenge, citing the traditions of the Daxia Empire, according to which friends from afar should be met in battle. In fact, he received an order to kill Chen and proposed a condition, to fight without using insects. However, Chen was no longer at the level where he could not cope without corruption. He used the skills Thunder Realm of Thor and Thunder Punishment Eye of God to strike, but it turned out to be an illusion. Then the monster, an ally of Satsugen, tried to attack Chen, but he easily repelled him. After this, Satsugen tried to hit him from behind when he lost his guard, but Chen managed to dodge. However, Satsugen's attacks were insidious. He used poison for which there was no antidote. By doing this, he tried to prove that Chen was unworthy of his titles, but only angered him. Satsugen did not know that Chen was known as the Demon of Poisons, and did not understand why the poison did not work. In response, Chen attacked using the Spear of Hades, a skill of terrifying power. Satsugen realized that he had fallen into a trap and tried to escape, but the spear pursued him as if alive. As a result, it pierced his body, the fight ended, and Chen retained his titles. After a short duel, the award ceremony continued. Chen's victory caused even more admiration because he defeated the killer of the fifth seal in just a couple of moves, without resorting to corruption. Keichin was amazed that Chen had received a new class again, but he never informed him about it. Then came the fireworks, and from the stands came cries of, "Glory to the Lord of the Swarm!" After this, Chen began to accept gifts. The first to speak was the representative of the Daxia Chamber of Commerce, the head of the Luo family, Luo Badao, together with Sandao, presenting magic weapons as a sign of respect. Taking the sword in his hands, Chen immediately felt its powerful aura. It was an artifact capable of absorbing the soul of the owner. However, instead of being consumed by the sword, Chen bowed it himself. Badao also told Chen that this blade is called Heavenly Sin and is a 4th-rank holy weapon. And in the ranking of holy artifacts of the Daxia Empire, it occupies an honorable 11th place. He also noted that the artifact is known as the Furious Beast, because if unsheathed, it must kill the enemy or harm its owner, which is what happened when the sword was lent to Keichin. However, Badao did not go into details. He only said that Keichin did not really like the sword, and Huan Yue told the rest. Keichin could not control the sword, and it almost attacked him. Keichin was sincerely glad that he became the teacher of such a young man, although he tried to hide his real emotions. After the Luo family, the representative of Jiangnan County, Mu Henyan, decided to present the gift, together with his daughter Han Qiu, congratulating Chen on the title of Lord of the Swarm and presenting the Pearl of the Sea God. The pearl contained the source of the sea and could fill a huge space with water or even serve as a weapon. Meanwhile, Henyan also said that he was already expecting great-grandchildren. After Henyang, Tang Wangchuan and her daughter Ying gave a gift. These were 3 rank 8 demonic pills, and Hongning and Xuan Yue gave 20 drops of demonic blood. The guys from the Night Guardians also wanted to give a gift to Chen, but were too poor to afford something expensive, although Gan said that this was not the case at all. On behalf of himself and the Night Guardians, Gan presented Chen with a thread from the Source of Faith. Yao asked Kadian if this was not too barbaric a gift, but he replied that faith is a pure, fantastic, and selfless thing. It can be both the simplest and the most valuable. Gan also said that this thread connects the 8 million people of Chujiang and can withstand even the most severe blow. Meanwhile, Kadian and Yao also did not want to be left behind and handed Chen the Talisman of the Heavenly Blade, which they created based on the source of their technique, which can be activated to protect the lands entrusted to him. Despite the fact that the talisman contained the power of only one blade, at a critical moment it could become decisive, but Chen gave it to Gan, saying that he would need it more when he went to the abyss. The youth explained that Xuanji had forbidden him to enter the abyss until the sixth seal, to which Gan replied that he would accept the talisman and hoped that one day they would fight side by side. In addition to the talisman, Chen also decided to return the equipment that he had taken earlier, and also added several gifts to it and asked to give them to other guys. Suddenly, there was a loud noise similar to the last time the monk appeared. However, this time it was Ling Qiu who managed to pacify the blood dragon pond, kill their king, the monster of the ninth seal, and present it to Chen as a gift. Ling Qiu was indeed on a completely different level compared to the others, and the blood dragon pond could now be removed from the list of forbidden areas. But problems were not long in coming. The main monsters gathered in the space of the abyss to discuss further actions against Chen. Tuyan, the leader of the primordial demons clan, recalled the saying, "If the lips disappear, the teeth will be cold," and proposed to unite to destroy Daxia. Yuan Shan, a representative of the Immortals clan, stated that he would not participate because he believed that Daxia was being polite and did not attack without reason. Tuyang was furious because Yangshu had supported the three islands that were at war with Daxia for 400 years in the hope of their victory. Xuangang, the god of the dragon clan, intervened in their dispute, reminding them that they had not gathered to discuss alliances between the clans. However, Xuan agreed that Daxia should be destroyed and proposed to begin by conquering the three cities in the abyss, Pojun, Tanglan, and Qisha. However, he noted that when moving into the territory of the empire itself, problems would begin with Huan Yue, who could use the spiritual power of the 10 billion people living in Daxia. Jiyu, the lord of the demonic race, stated that they would not be able to enlist the support of 10,000 clans, since the heavenly Tao prohibited their representatives from having masters above the 9th seal. However, the level of the 10th seal is already half open, and within 6 months it will open completely. Then, the ancient beings of these clans will be able to operate with new power. Therefore, they decided to wait a little, supporting the countries opposing Daxia in order to weaken them. And as for Chen, Jiyu said that there was nothing to worry about, because he only had the 3rd seal. In addition, he sent assassins to Chen, and if they fail, they will have a chance to eliminate him in a tournament between Daxia and the 3 islands, especially since Zhuan said that his subordinates shared the dragon's blood with the sea clans, and they would also take part. After the ceremony, Chen continued to sit locked in his room, because killers were constantly hunting him. Kaidian came to him to talk about it. They managed to destroy several assassins who had entered the territory of the empire, but one master of the 8th seal still remains at large. Chen noted that he will always be hunted by those who wish him death, but now he really has to sit under guard all his life, because he is far from a weakling. His skills were already at a completely different level. He even managed to discover Ying, who was secretly protecting him at the request of his father. Kadian was surprised and asked how long ago she managed to do this, to which Chen replied that it was a long time ago. She just greatly limited the movement of energy in her body, so it was difficult to notice. Meanwhile, Chen told the teacher about Liangdu from the Tianqin clan, how he killed him, and that his eyes, as then, saw everything within a radius of 30 kilometers, so there was nothing to worry about. He also suggested that instead of eternal defense, he himself should switch to an active attack. But Keishan noted that, although he appreciated youthful enthusiasm, he should be more careful. In addition to Ying, who secretly guarded him, Hankyu was next to Chen all this time. Sandao also joined them, helping with the housework. In addition, Zhuanyu, who was roasting pork at that moment, was with them. Kadian was amazed that Chen had set up a real harem at his home. But the young man replied that this was not so, and called them rather uninvited guests, after which he asked everyone to return home. Meanwhile, 2,000 kilometers southwest of the Daxia border, a crowd of enemies gathered in the Gobi Desert. Among them were the Knights Templar, who were tasked with eliminating Chen, promising access to the 9th seal for his participation. However, some considered this unfair because some brought with them 6 masters, while others brought a maximum of 3. With them was Saito Eishichi, the 7th in the ranking of Divine Masters, a native of the country of Sakura, who owns Takamagahara's sacred artifact, the Gu summoning flute. The Knights Templar recognized Aishichi's strength, but were unhappy that he did not bring their famed legendary assassin with him. Saido Jinya, the first in the ranking of divine masters and Aishichi's compatriot, intervened in their dispute, who in the blink of an eye cut off the heads of the rebels, ordering them not to dare to discredit Saido's name. After this, the argument stopped and they moved on to discussing a plan of action. Pan Yunjin from the Han country, fifth in the ranking of divine masters, joined their alliance, stating that they first sent a group of assassins to lure Chen out and then neutralize his lightning. Jinya noted that they would finally be useful, and if everything with the lightning was resolved, then they would eliminate the corruption with the help of Takamagahara's artifact. Shiva Sharma, the fourth in the list of divine masters, was with them. He stated that since Chen possessed the powers of darkness, the monks could easily seal these abilities. Thus, they only had two problems left: defeating the Eiffel Dragon of the ninth seal and considering the proximity of their camp to Mount Kunlun, where the divine source of Daxia is located, as well as to the caves 1,000 miles away. One of the Templar masters stated that for this he was ready to sacrifice the sacred relic of the temple, the Scroll of Holy Light, which completely blocks any energy fluctuations, even air movements. The scroll was different from ordinary spatial concealment techniques. Once in its zone, even the strongest masters do not feel anything, thanks to the mirror of divine light. After activating the scroll, it was as if they were on the other side of a mirror, where there was no sound or energy, and Xuanji, who was monitoring the caves, could not detect them. Even if he decided to move towards them, he would not be able to sense anything within the scroll's range. This was their main plan, and everyone was sure that it could not fail, because, deprived of his abilities, Chen would not be able to answer them with anything, even with the blood of an ancient demon. Meanwhile, Chen wandered around the city hoping to attract the attention of the assassins hunting him. So he noticed one of the assassins from the Han country, Jing Meiji, the owner of the sixth seal, as well as her sister, Quan Jiswan, the master of the seventh seal. Chen understood that they were unlikely to attack in a crowded place, and therefore decided to go to a more secluded place. Meiji and Jiswan followed him, determined to lure him into a trap. They moved into the forest where no one would bother them, and made a scene with the alleged snakebite that Meiji received. Chen was nearby and was surprised by this performance because there are no poisonous snakes in these forests, and he advised them to come up with something better. However, he decided to play along, pretending to believe it, and then the girls hit him from both sides. But they never realized that it was all a trap, and Meiji's spell had no effect on him. Realizing their situation, the girls tried to escape, promising to give everything if he spared them, which led Chen to believe that they wanted to lure him to an even more secluded place. Meanwhile, in the Tianyuan Demon Valley, north of the city of Pojin, it was very lively, but not for everyone. The master of the fifth seal and 788th in the Tianjiao ranking, Ding Chunyu, created chaos, bringing with him a stream of water from the Sea of Desires. Chunyu was a capable young man, but his antics and peculiar ways of solving situations often irritated those around him. The reason he decided to act so rashly was because one of the demon clans had lost an heir during the tournament, and 2 days ago another heir had gone to the Demon Valley to take revenge. With him was also the master of the sixth seal, ranked 791st in the Tianjiao ranking, Yan Namgong, and she was interested to know if Chunyu had decided to bring a stream of water behind him to flood the entire Demon Valley. Meanwhile, she also said that they all need to prepare to return to Daxia, as the revived competition with the people of the three islands will soon begin. However, Chunyu did not share Namgong's optimism, saying that there was no point in participating in a competition against those who were several times superior to them in everything. Chunyu also noted that he had heard about a new rising talent named Chen, for whom they even held an entire ceremony in the capital, and he also has 2 classes of divine rank. Namgung replied that she had also heard about him, and that his fell swarm numbered about several million individuals, and even Xuanzi personally intervened in the situation to change the Daxia laws regarding forbidden insects. Meanwhile, the topic of competition came up, and Namgung said that all the top 3 masters from 781 to 792 editions took part, and from the last, 793rd, there was only Chen, while the heir of the Ji family, Yang Ji, from 784th, was captured and tortured to death by cultists. As a result, almost 50% of the most talented people from those generations have already died by now. But they are lucky that the champion of the 781st edition, Feng Yun Wuji, is still alive and can become their captain, because he once already defeated one of the demon elders. For 2 years, the demons tried to catch him by setting a trap, but Wuji managed to kill 3 and then disappeared, and most recently returned to Pojin to meet with representatives of the Zhang family and join the team. At the same time, in the military camp, Xuanzi met with Wuji, noting that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting, and he could not even imagine that 10 years later he would receive the honorary title Sword Demon. Xuanzi also asked him if he really wanted to lead the team, and then told him about Cheng. Wuji replied that the islanders had made great progress in learning the class system, and according to rumors, they were able to discover the secret to obtaining divine rank, but he would give his all to protect Chen. This is because Chen is a young talent important to Daxia's future, and since even Xuanzi is worried about him, Wuji decided that his main task is to ensure the safety of the young man. Xuanzi was glad that Wuji was in their empire, because in his generation there was no one more talented, and meanwhile he asked him to go to the Gobi Desert, which is located 20,000 miles southwest of Mado, because strange energy fluctuations were recorded there. He noted that, most likely, the assassins set up an ambush there, waiting for Chen, who was just heading into that zone, and it was impossible to stop him, because Keishan wants the young man to gain more combat experience. In addition, Xuanzi had no right to interfere in the young man's life, but could only observe and protect from afar, although he did not explain the reason for this to Wuji. Meanwhile, Chen had already arrived in the Gobi Desert, but he failed to catch Jiswan, because as soon as he found himself in the desert, she seemed to disappear. No breath, no consciousness, not even the eye of emptiness found her. Meanwhile, Chen used the skill of predicting the future 30 seconds in advance and learned about the attack that the assassins were preparing, among whom were even the masters of the 8th seal. The enemies also suspected something was wrong, deciding that the scroll might not be working, because the young man suddenly stopped, as if he had noticed something. They couldn't hit him with the sphere because the distance was too great, and although the scroll worked at its maximum range, it still wasn't enough. Meanwhile, Chunyu and Namgong arrived in the desert to warn Chen about the ambush. Chen himself was well aware that a trap had been prepared for him, and he knew that he could not allow the guys to enter the scroll's range, otherwise they would suffer. The young man activated the barrier, and from now on no one could get inside, since he limited time and space. Enemies considered Chen's act stupid, because in order to save others, he himself fell into a trap. And now, no one can help him. They didn't want to attack the young man all at once, preferring to use dirty tricks. But Chen didn't care what tactics they chose. Following this, Chen released a swarm of insects, and since the enemies themselves closed themselves in the barrier, it can be said that they created a trap for themselves. Aishichi used his flute, the same one with which he wanted to control the corruption, but in response, Chen released even more insects. At that moment, he was attacked by daggers with an aura of darkness. But instead of fear, Chen was curious if they were capable of hitting both body and soul at the same time. He then activated the skill, Indestructible Body of the Crimson Rhinoceros Beetle, and knocked out some of the enemies from stealth with a powerful blow. After that, Chen used the Lightning Smite skill, and Yunjin immediately tried to absorb the lightning with her sphere. Chen also wanted to use the Spear of Hell, and Screen immediately entered the battle, tasked with blocking all of Chen's dark attacks. However, there was a miscalculation in their plan. Spear of Hell, despite its name, had nothing to do with the element of darkness. Screen was confused and did not understand why the Spear of Hell was not a technique of darkness. In addition, Xuanzi had no right to interfere in the young man's life, but could only observe and protect from afar, although he did not explain the reason for this to Wuji. Meanwhile, Chen had already arrived in the Gobi Desert, but he failed to catch Jiswan, because as soon as he found himself in the desert, she seemed to disappear. No breath, no consciousness, not even the eye of emptiness found her. Meanwhile, Chen used the skill of predicting the future 30 seconds in advance and learned about the attack that the assassins were preparing, among whom were even the masters of the 8th seal. The enemies also suspected something was wrong, deciding that the scroll might not be working because the young man suddenly stopped, as if he had noticed something. They couldn't hit him with the sphere because the distance was too great, and although the scroll worked at its maximum range, it still wasn't enough. Meanwhile, Chunyu and Namgong arrived in the desert to warn Chen about the ambush. Chen himself was well aware that a trap had been prepared for him, and he knew that he could not allow the guys to enter the scroll's range, otherwise they would suffer. The young man activated the barrier, and from now on no one could get inside, since he limited time and space. Enemies considered Chen's act stupid, because in order to save others, he himself fell into a trap, and now no one can help him. They didn't want to attack the young man all at once, preferring to use dirty tricks. But Chen didn't care what tactics they chose. Following this, Chen released a swarm of insects, and since the enemies themselves closed themselves in the barrier, it can be said that they created a trap for themselves. Aishichi used his flute, the same one with which he wanted to control the corruption, but in response, Chen released even more insects. At that moment, he was attacked by daggers with an aura of darkness. But instead of fear, Chen was curious if they were capable of hitting both body and soul at the same time. He then activated the skill Indestructible Body of the Crimson Rhinoceros Beetle and knocked out some of the enemies from stealth with a powerful blow. After that, Chen used the Lightning Smite skill, and Yunjin immediately tried to absorb the lightning with her sphere. Chen also wanted to use the Spear of Hell, and Screen immediately entered the battle, tasked with blocking all of Chen's dark attacks. However, there was a miscalculation in their plan. Spear of Hell, despite its name, had nothing to do with the element of darkness. Screen was confused and did not understand why the Spear of Hell was not a technique of darkness. However, this was not an accident. It was part of Chen's plan, and following the blow, he released a spear that was able to pierce the mirror. But at that moment, Chen was plunged into a strange feeling, as if he had lost his connection with the world. At that moment, this feeling dissipated, or rather, the thread of the origin of faith was passively activated, reacting to the strong attack. Chen was furious because he had wasted the gift of Gan and the people of Chujiang because of this. With an instant blow from his spear, he dealt with Yunjin, thereby eliminating one of the enemies and regaining his lightning. Following this, he released an even larger swarm of baby insects and attacked Aishichi. There were so many insects that Aishichi could no longer control them, and his soul began to gradually burn out. Jinya had stopped hiding by that time and decided to attack Chen one-on-one, using the 10,000 swords piercing the heart curse. Chen was in no hurry to attack, but decided to use Xiao Chan's foresight skill. Using the Thunder Flash skill, he rushed to attack the remaining enemies, leaving a curse on the Tree of All Things. Jinya was extremely surprised, not understanding how the young man was able to dodge even his signature move. Meanwhile, Baby had already dealt with Aishichi, and no one could restrain the insects. Chen, meanwhile, released his spear and ordered it to absorb Jinya's soul, and he struggled to evade the attack. Meanwhile, the guys on the other side of the barrier began to worry. Had Chen really died because quite a lot of time had passed since he entered there? Wuji also noted that those who were preparing the ambush had probably taken care of countermeasures for all of Chen's strong trump cards, and even if they got inside now, it was not a fact that they would be able to win. Meanwhile, he said that in the underground caves, a person with good fighting abilities but making stupid decisions will very quickly destroy many military men with his actions, and if such a person joins them during the tournament, he will only become a burden. The guys were about to leave, assuming that Chen was probably dead, and there was no point in sitting at the barrier in vain. But then it suddenly collapsed, and in its place a strange silhouette appeared with the breath of the master of the Eighth Seal. Wuji immediately ordered everyone to prepare for battle, because they could decide that it was the enemy who had dealt with Chen. However, as soon as the smoke from the barrier explosion cleared, they saw Chen alive. But what surprised them most was that Jinya was kneeling in front of him. This happened just a minute ago, when Chen was able to drive Jinya into a dead end, and out of hopelessness, he asked for forgiveness and stated that he was ready to apologize. But Chen said that a simple apology was not enough, after which he took out a scroll with a soul contract spell and declared that he would leave Jinya alive only if he signed it and became a servant. Meanwhile, Chen said that he knew a way to help Jinya reach the 9th seal level. The young man noted that he had the Taishu tablet, the same one that became the key that gave enlightenment to the Great Dreamer. Jinya was delighted that beyond these gates the long-awaited transition to the 9th seal was waiting for him. Jinya realized that Chen's intentions were serious and he was not going to deceive him, so he decided to agree to such an adventure. Then he decided to sign a contract, and from that moment on became Chen's servant. And in case of betrayal, his soul would no longer belong to him, and the young man would be able to kill him in an instant. Chen reminded Jinya that the contract gave him complete power over his soul, regardless of distance, and also told him about the task that he would have to carry out. Jinya exclaimed in surprise, "Does Chen really want to take over Sakura's country? And in that case, he is ready to serve him by doing all the dirty work." The young man was surprised, because he only wanted Jinya to become his spy in the country of Sakura. Although this was not strange because in that country those who are stronger are admired. At the same moment, the scroll's barrier collapsed, but Chen was more interested in what happened to his dragon. Whether heavenly punishment had destroyed it, however, Since it did not disappear from reality in the required 5 seconds, it was absorbed by Jia. Meanwhile, Chen explained to Jinya that he would have to go to the country of Sakura and begin preparations for the implementation of his plans, and if he succeeded, he would become one of his generals in the future. In addition, once the barrier was completely destroyed, Wuji was able to meet Chung in person for the first time and was amazed by his powerful energy. After talking a little, they introduced themselves to each other, and Chen said that Jinya had lost and was now serving him, and Wuji said that he would represent Daxia in the tournament against the Three Islands, after which their dialogue ended. Chunyu was surprised how Chen could be so confident in Wuji's words and believed him immediately after receiving answers to his questions. Namgong explained that this is a form of observation of the interlocutor. When Chen and Wuji exchanged questions of interest, they simply looked at each other, assessing each other's skills in silence. Wuji noted that Chen was indeed a capable young man, and his insect was much stronger than he thought. Chen replied that the energy of his sword was impressive. Wuji added that even though he himself was on the 6th seal, and Chen was only on the 3rd, he was unlikely to be able to defeat him, and also warned that at the tournament he might be prohibited from using filth, but he would stand up for him. The guys decided not to linger in the desert, since it was already getting dark, and Chunyu needed to return to the main base, while Jinya went to carry out Chen's orders. Chen, meanwhile, was wondering how he could act in the tournament without using corruption, but he still had a little time to prepare on his own. Meanwhile, the Tree of All Things gave birth to a new colored fruit, and Chen became interested in what was inside because the previous fruit gave him a piece of the divine, bringing him closer to the 10th seal. That time, the fruit ripened after Chen fertilized the tree with the restless souls from the Chujiang battlefield. But now it grew on its own. Xiaochan explained that while he was talking with Jinya, the tree collected the souls of all the fallen. After this, Chen used the colored fruit and received a special item, Seal of Faith. With its help, he could instill a fanatical faith in the souls of a certain ethnic group or life form and force them to worship him. Moreover, this mark could not be removed even after reincarnation or resurrection. It remained on the soul forever, and the trigger for its activation was the murder of the god of an alien civilization or the complete destruction of its resistance. Chen noted that although the activation conditions are complex, there is probably some balance, and if it is about the god of the people, then most likely it is related to the god of the tribe of the Three Islands. He did not hesitate and immediately tied the seal to himself so that he could use it soon. In addition, a new era will soon begin, and Chen wants to use the impending chaos to become stronger, because human hearts are weak. Even the emperor 400 years ago was betrayed and torn to pieces by his own people. Upon returning home, Chen did not have time to rest. Kadian burst into his room and immediately asked if he knew how he made the Heavenly Punishment Brigade look like idiots, because they had been trying to catch the assassins for years. He stated that Chen brazenly broke into their ambush, killed everyone and made the master of the 8th seal his ally, and now he wonders how the young man managed to do this. He also wanted to know the exact number of individuals in Chen's swarm, estimating 12, 20, 80 million. But the young man remained silent. In the end, Kadian settled on 80, and Chen decided to hide the true number because the teacher could be horrified by shock. Kachin said that Huan Yue had taken care to hide information about the size of the swarm outside of Daxia, and everyone would think that there were only about 10 million of them, so there was no point in revealing the real number. Chen replied that there was nothing to worry about and asked the teacher how many insects it would take to kill the fire god from the Three Islands. Kachin was shocked. Did he really want to kill Yang Zhong? He said that Yang Zhong had achieved the 9th seal more than 400 years ago. His current strength was unknown, and the islands were rumored to have learned to recreate divinity, and it would take at least 100 million individuals to win. Kadian was surprised. Had Chen really already found a way that would allow him to increase the size of the swarm to 100 million in the time remaining before the tournament? Chen explained that the corruption had absorbed a lot of meat from the battlefield, so it was able to not only restore the losses, but also give birth to even more insects, although 100 million would require an incredible amount of meat. Kadian replied that this was not a problem. It was enough to give a call and place an order for hunters from all over the country to help, but at the same time he reminded that relying only on corruption was dangerous, because according to the rules, external assistance could be prohibited. Chen replied that he understood this, and the teacher should not worry, because he had 2 more months to prepare, during which not only the defilement but also himself would increase. After the teacher left, Chen began to think about how to level up his new class before the tournament. at least to the fourth seal. And, according to Good News, to get the Heavenly God of War seal, you only had to kill 1,000 monsters in a row using the class's skills. However, in order to achieve maximum strength, Chen had to complicate the task for himself. And he was also planning to place a hunting order tomorrow, since, according to calculations, there would be enough meat for another reproduction of the 9 wings of Fel. He remembered the patch of the abyss where the spider empress lived, and decided that it would be a good place to place the 9 wings of Fel and carry out the mission to obtain the seal. Meanwhile, Xuanzi, Huan Yue, and Ling Qiu gathered at the Ji family's estate near the Magic City. Hong Ning also wanted to participate in the conversation, talking about the tree that he had transported from the caves of the tree tribe, but Ling Qiu told him to leave, saying that no one needed his tree. The reason for the meeting of the 3 great masters was the impending new era, the war in the dungeons of 10,000 clans, and Huan Yue stated that for stability, it was necessary to capture the 3 islands before the conflict began. 5 years ago, various plans were proposed to capture the islands, but none turned out to be ideal because Zhang was incredibly strong. In addition, Huan Yue's abilities were better in defense, and even the combined forces of Ling Qiu and Xuanzi were not enough to defeat Zhang. However, Xuanzi stated that there was no need to do anything, because all that was required of them was to protect Chen, which greatly surprised Huan Yue and Ling Qiu. He asked if they didn't wonder why he saved the young man when he possessed the forbidden insect. Ling Qiu noted that the current precarious peaceful situation could turn into war at any moment, and if the filth gets into the caves, the panic will intensify. Besides, this ancient insect is surrounded by secrets, and it is dangerous to rely on it. However, Xuanzi said that something made him reconsider all decisions, including Chen's sentence, but he could not say what it was. He only said that at the moment when Chen stood in front of him, he saw a small cricket, which showed him the future in 10 years. Huan Yue was indignant, not understanding how someone could show the future for such a period. But Xuanzi replied that the more he spoke, the greater the risk of bringing heavenly punishment upon them. Ling Qiu noted that since the young man is so important, and their task is to protect him, it means that he cannot participate in the tournament. Huan Yue shared what was already known. The masters from the islands artificially create divine classes, and she is sure that even with Chen's protection, she will die in the first round. Ling Qiu asked Xuanzi if he really knew the outcome of the tournament, but he replied that he knew only one thing. They were obliged to protect the young man, and they couldn't talk to him about it. Otherwise, they would punish him too. Before leaving, Ling Qiu asked Xuanzi how he saw the future of Daxia, whether the empire remained great. At that moment, Xuanzi remembered a vision in which all that was left of Daxia were mountains of corpses and a sea of blood. It was a bloody future where no one survived, regardless of position, class, or power. Everyone, including the great masters, was brutally killed. And with them, the hope for Dacia's revival died. Even Huan Yue, who could control space in battle, died, but Xuanzi decided to hide the truth, saying only that Daxia will always remain great. At this time, on the island of Penhai, in the temple complex, a meeting was held on behalf of Zhang, and a reception was held for the best students of the 7 academies and representatives of the 12 senior clans. The voice of the meeting was Jiang's eldest student, the bloody Asura Yang Ming, who declared that they must win the Tianyuan tournament, completely and crushingly. Some in the hall were unhappy because Min was only on the 7th seal, and they doubted that he was worthy to represent the island. However, Ming was not simple. 4 centuries ago, he was the personal guard of Emperor Daxia, and with the help of several henchmen, killed and dismembered his master. He later recognized Zhang and became his first student. Ming continued that Daxia's hidden forces had already begun to operate, trying to attract attention to the tournament by spreading propaganda against Chen. He stated that they, as the true and pure blood of Daxia, should teach a lesson by killing the enemy's strongest warriors, Wuji and Chen, on Zhang's orders. There was an uproar in the hall, and many wondered if the tournament was just an excuse for something more, perhaps even an attack. Ming declared that a new era had arrived. They had tolerated Daxia for 400 years, and it was time to reap the fruits from this field. In addition, they should not be afraid of numerical superiority, because Zhang is already negotiating with the Sea People to gain their support. In addition, they will send their strongest young geniuses who will take part in the tournament on behalf of the island. In addition, the participants are given the right to use divine manuscripts, the hand, eye, and even the heart of God. Meanwhile, Chen posted an order and asked everyone to fight and hunt monsters. for which they would be awarded contribution points, and the bodies should be brought to the reception points to receive a reward. Since Chen had recently ceased to seem like a threat to others that needed to be eliminated, many became motivated and went hunting. There were more and more monsters, significantly more than ever before. The Jiangnan County headquarters also showed interest in helping Chen collect the monster bodies and were willing to empty their storage facilities to do so. Sometime later, Chen met with Katian in the underground warehouse of the Jiangnan military district, and he noted that, despite the effect of the decree for only half a day, the warehouses were already bursting with monster carcasses, and supplies were coming from all regions of the country. Katian also noted that the Daxia trade union donated a tenth of the profits to the young man, and the Mu and Tang families helped by opening their family treasuries. There really were a lot of monsters. Only the bodies of the fourth level numbered just over 50 million. There was plenty of meat for insects, but Chen ordered the little one to leave low-ranking monsters for the swarm, and itself to absorb only high-ranking ones. Chen then released his 80 million swarm and they all attacked the monsters' bodies. However, even this amount of meat was not enough. Much more resources were required for the next reproduction of the swarm. In addition, another problem arose. The swarm had no place to live, and Chen decided to use the place where the spider empress had previously lived. But first, everything had to be cleared. Katian offered to send an army there, but Chen said that he wanted to handle it himself, without relying on others or even using insects. The teacher was surprised but decided to trust the young man, being sure that he already had some kind of plan. Meanwhile, Baby was also rushing into the abyss, confident that there would be even more food there. Jia also said that he would like to consume something, and Chen offered him the blood of demonic deities. In addition, Chen promised to arrange a feast for Jia after a visit to Emperor Li's vault for the Tiger Soul Sword. But most of all, he was interested in the hidden treasure deep in the forbidden zone of Guanghai, where the creatures of the ninth seal live. Meanwhile, in the Magic City, in the Ji estate, Ling Qiu once again pulled Huan Yue out of hibernation. He explained to her that the matter was urgent. An uprising was being prepared right before the start of the Tianyuan tournament, with the message that the islanders were the true inhabitants of Daxia, and the act of their leader was righteous. Huan Yue stated that anyone who incites against the motherland, especially for money, should be executed without delay. As for the rumors, Huan Yue could easily stop them with her wisdom, clearing the dreams of millions of Daxia citizens from such heresy. Ling Qiu noted that it was not for nothing that Huan Yue bears the title of Saint Protector of Daxia, and moved on to another important matter. He said that Chen issued a hunting decree, and all Daxia masters are destroying monsters. But even the efforts of the entire country are not enough, despite the fact that the decree is supposedly needed only to complete the task of changing classes. Ling Qiu added that even an idiot can see that so many monsters are not required to change classes, and Huan Yue suggested announcing the recruitment of a new army and explaining the hunt by the need for ingredients. Meanwhile, Huan Yue wondered where Chen was now, and Ling Qiu replied that he had gone to the abyss for some kind of test. At this moment, Chen was fighting against the monsters in the abyss, but he encountered difficulties. Even one blow was not enough to kill the second seal monster. Moreover, there were many monsters, and they did not attack individually, but tried to surround Chen. As soon as the situation became critical, Little One rushed to help Chen. However, Chen forbade her to interfere because he wanted to cope on his own and improve his own fighting skills. Then he continued the fight, deciding that if one blow was not enough, then he needed to strike several in a row. About a week and a half had passed since Chen first entered the abyss, and the number of monsters he had killed was approaching 1,000. Chen was able to complete the first mission to obtain the seal of the Heavenly God of War, and then received a new one, to kill 10 monsters of the third seal in a row in 3 hours. That same day, having decided to rest a little and have a snack, he called upon Baby to absorb all the corpses. 2 months later, Chen completed the Heavenly God of War class transformation mission by killing 10 third seal monsters. In addition, he encountered stronger and nastier monsters, and although they were not frightening, they had dangerous characteristics, such as poison. However, using his skills such as the invincible fist of the God of War, the young man easily dealt with even the monsters of the sixth seal. One of the monsters tried to kill Chen with poison or at least slow him down, but he managed to dodge. Chen then decided not to hold back any longer and used one of his new enhancements, Heavenly God of War Transformation. The strength he developed during these 2 months in the abyss was truly powerful, and now, even the monsters of the sixth seal, regardless of their characteristics, did not pose a problem for him. In addition, Chen raised his level from 61 to 69 and also completed the third awakening of the Heavenly God of War class. Chen wanted to fight a little more in the caves of the abyss because there were still quite strong monsters there, but the Tianyuan tournament was about to begin soon. Since he could not cope with all the monsters alone, he decided to arrange a feast for Baby and her swarm, saying that this was now their new home. After this, Chen headed to the Jiangnan underground warehouse, deciding to first get new clothes because there was almost nothing left of the old ones. Tian met him there and, seeing his appearance, asked with a smile whether he had really been beaten up so badly in the abyss that even his clothes had disappeared. Chen himself came to take a look at the number of carcasses the hunters had collected, noting that, judging by the national ranking, they dispersed as if they had slaughtered all the monsters in Daxia. However, as soon as he opened the warehouse door, he was surprised to find that there was not a single monster carcass left inside. Chen noticed that his insect's appetite seemed to have increased several times, to the point where they couldn't stop eating. Tian asked whether his insect could reproduce to hundreds of millions of individuals, and was pleasantly surprised when Chen answered in the affirmative. Chen also warned the teacher that he was going back to the abyss to monitor the breeding of the swarm, and asked that this part of the abyss be made a restricted area. After this, he began the process of propagating the swarm using the evolution and reproduction skills. At the same moment, he felt a strange feeling, as if some energy was trying to absorb him, embodied in the imposed thoughts of others. The swarm of corruption already numbered about 80 billion individuals, and the young man was amazed. Was he really losing control over his own swarm? Xiao Chan explained to him that it was little one's passion for destruction, and if he just tried to hold on to his consciousness, she would connect with his mind, saying that little one should handle it on her own. After a while, little one managed to overcome this state, but Chen could not come to his senses, because even in battles with the creatures of the ninth seal, he had not experienced such powerful mental pressure. As a result, Chen's swarm reached 80 billion individuals, and the young man hoped that this would be enough to defeat the ruler of the three islands and subsequently conquer them.